Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's early morning. Well, the good news is we are back and we definitely have YouTube working this time. And it says the chat is ready to display on my second monitor, so everything should be working now for any latecomers. So, well, I haven't had much of a break. I've had no dinner. I'm not going to get any dinner for a few hours. We've got a match, a bonus match, which is due to start in 10 minutes time on the one loss side between Bedhead from Sweden and VP Monster from the USA. Now, this match, well, how do we think this match is going to go? Good evening, welcome back, chaps, or whoever it is, because I can't see the name. My eyes are so bad, and I've got a small second monitor. But we seem to have fixed YouTube. I deleted the channel and then re-added it, and I've tested and had a look at my live channel on YouTube, and it's working. So we're all good to go. And if you see any numbers in the chat on screen in the game, that's because I'm hitting the number to get my screens to change. Like if I hit the 6 button and I hit the 1, you'll see 6 and 1 in the chat in the lobby, but that's because obviously the lobby just thinks I'm chatting, but I'm actually just hitting numbers to get my screens to change on the stream. But anyway, back to the more important matters. My troubles are solved for the time being. We have the match between Bedhead and VP Monster. Now, VP Monster, he's not a 9-ball player. He has been playing a fair wee bit over the last couple of weeks just to sort of get his eye in. He's most certainly a cowboy player and a carom player, as I know to my own for my own pain that he has inflicted me in the matches we've played. But I think that if he's going to struggle, it's maybe keep in shape. But then again, that's maybe evened out a bit, because Bedhead is notorious for, and I mean every time I see him, he's notorious for leaving awkward high cuts, and you know, the errors will come in. So it's going to be who makes the least errors and who takes the chances. With alternate break, anything can happen, and we've already seen that. And if you missed joining earlier, because some people may well have missed and have still missed because they weren't expecting the stream to start until about maybe 6:45. We're an hour away from that, but we're only 2 minutes away from the start of this next match and this quadruple header that we're going to have in VP4's 9-ball World Masters. And we're just hoping that VP Monster arrives. We're just biding our time to make sure that he shows his face in the lobby. Bedhead is most certainly warming up. He's in a room. I don't know whether he's in a challenge room or whether he's in his own room just knocking balls about. Yes, he is. So he's getting himself in shape, and I think VP Monster is going to just play it by ear when he arrives, because he looks as if he's going to, well, if he is going to turn up, it's going to be a last minute thing, and we just wait with bated breath until he shows up. Well, again, if these matches tonight are going to be anything like the first match we've watched, then it promises to be a great night's VP4. It most certainly does. So, a quick reminder, we've got this match, provided VP Monster turns up, and then we have the match due to start at 1900 hours British Summer Time, which is 2 PM East Coast Time, 11 AM Pacific Time. It's USA England, or the first of the USA England matches between Larry and Spectre Dawn, and that is in just over an hour's time. And then the climax, the end of the evening, we've got the match between Real Poland Power Stubb from the USA and Semi Pro from England. And so that is what we have on the agenda, and that's what we've got to look forward to. So let's just see if VP Monster is going to turn up. And he's certainly not visible there at all at the moment. Just give me a wee sec, hang on, what am I doing here? Right. Who's that? Is that Jose? Hola, Jose. I've taken myself on camera so I'm doing something that isn't politically correct. Nothing indecent, but it's just not politically correct to show on camera anymore. But you'll guess in a second or two. Right, anyway. Oh, this is going to be a big disappointment if VP Monster doesn't show. I've built myself up for having 4 matches here, guys, and well, what's the time? He's got 3 minutes and counting as far as the start of the match goes, and probably, again, I still haven't had time to check what the timeout is on these matches, but it may well be 10-15 minutes. Stubb will know because he took enough time against Cobra. We won't go into that, but he's certainly got a minute or two to spare to get here, and hopefully VP Monster will show, or else we'll be going for a break. No, not, as I said, not illegal. It's nothing, this is just genuine everyday tobacco. This isn't anything dodgy, anything funny smelling. Well, I've got my fingers crossed that we're going to have a match. Now I'm trying to, I mean, I don't know where what time zone VP Monster's in, so he's either going to be 1 in the afternoon, or what's that? He might be sort of noon, whatever mountain time is, or whatever it's called, or he'll be the Pacific West Coast, which is what, 10 o'clock in the morning. Right, well, that's about a minute before the room should be appearing in the tournament tab. Oh, there he is. Well, we do have a match. VP Monster has arrived in the lobby. Thank God for that. So we're all geared up and all set for this one lost side match between Bedhead from Sweden and VP Monster from the USA. So we just wait on the room going up, and we will be good to go. Everything's working, the chat's working, YouTube's working, Facebook should be working, although nobody's on there yet. I thought Albie might have dropped by. And Twitch, well, it's been running as sweet as anything all afternoon. So any latecomers, this is the second of the bonus matches. You missed a cracker of a match earlier on in the round 4 side between By Time Keith from Northern Ireland and Acero. If you don't know the score, then it'd be well worth watching the rerun of this stream, because that ended up in a cracking match. And well, let's just hope the rest of them follow the same path. I don't know whether I can hold myself together if it gets any more exciting. I'll try my best. So we have reached the deadline. The room is up. My tablecloth colour is blue. I'm all set to go, and Bedhead is in straight away. Thanks for joining, guys. I don't know many people are watching. I haven't had a look, but and probably a lot of folk that were expecting the 2 matches weren't even aware, as I wasn't, that these matches were set. Oh, it's a good match. It was a good match, but unfortunately, if you want me to give you the result, then no, you don't have Acero. Yeah, well, it did go all the way. Keith was chasing and chasing and chasing, 3, 4, 5 racks behind, I think, at one time. Certainly 4 racks behind, and well, he managed to hang in, but he could only do that with the assistance of Acero's errors, and he made mistakes, and Keith crawled over the line in the end. Anyway, back to the matters in hand here. We've got well, Bedhead won the sorry, no, VP Monster must have won the lag. Potted a ball, had no shot, and played the push out. Bedhead can choose to play, or he can choose to pass back to VP Monster. So a reminder, it's race to 11, no jump cues, alternate break. That's all you need to know, and that is a good safety straight away from Bedhead. Now, what I'm going to do, let's assume this match is going to run over to the start of the other matches. We'll stay with this match, and we'll drop in on the match between Spectre Dawn and Larry if it starts before this one is finished. These race to 11 matches can go under the hour depending how it goes, or they can go an hour and 20. It just depends. If we get a lot of safety, it may well go on the longer side, but we'll stick with this until the bitter end, and then we will join the other match. If it's already started, we'll join it as soon as this one is over. And here is VP Monster's chance. Now he's going to have to hit that 9-ball half ball, and he might skim along towards that 7, but he should have a shot in the 3. Now is he going to try and just run gently into the 9? Well, he's hit it and he's skimmed to the 7, and he's on the 3. And if he just, it's not, it's a sort of blind pocket shot, this 3. And now get the cue ball into the middle of the table. Well, he's going to, he's left it in no man's land. He's left it awkward. Well, he can cut it in the middle, but he's got to just be careful. He's not got there at all, and well, that was just a poorly played shot that led to that position, and I don't know whether Bedhead can cut that in. He'd be unlucky not to be in the 7, bearing in mind where it is. Well, he couldn't, obviously, and he has locked up Monster behind the 8, and it's a kick and hope. Nothing else to rely on here. And I think he's got it safe. Well, that's a tester, isn't it? That is a fine cut, but it can go in off the jaw, no problem if he just plays it pocket weight. And he's hit the near knuckle first, and he's got away with it, unless Monster wants to risk a bit of a far-fetched combo here on this 9. He might even try and billiard the 7 in. If he plays the billiard to the 7, he'll push the 6 more or less safe. But if he's going to attempt something like that, he's going to have to go full-blooded. He's tried the billiard there, I think, onto that 7, and well, it hasn't worked. And Bedhead has a fairly easy combo. He only has to worry about where the 6 ball's going to end up, so he has to play this dead weight if he wants to keep that 6 adjacent, and he's done it pretty good, but needs another good one. Now, is there anybody on YouTube? Is there anybody out there? Let me know if you are, and let me know if it's running okay. So Bedhead. Now this is against the break, isn't it? I think we decided that VP Monster won the lag and broke off. Yes, that's right. So straight away it's against the break. Bedhead in rack number 2. 2 ball goes in top right. Cue ball almost nudged into the pocket. Now what's Bedhead got left here? Well, it's not very inviting, is it? Well, that's very tight past the 3 ball. He might just try pushing this 1 ball through and running in behind the 3. Yeah. Played the right shot. Don't do anything silly. Keep it tight. Keep your opponent in trouble. And again, it's a kick and a hope. Oh dear, I can't stop yawning already, and my stomach is rumbling, I hasten to add. It is rumbling. So it looks good. Thanks very much. Oh, is Tam there? Oh, good evening, Tam. Well, this is going to be an endurance for me. Usually I only do endurance things like this when I'm trucking, but this is going to go for a few hours, shall we say. Did any of you watch that? Did you watch the rerun of the end of that 10 ball final that I put up? Did anybody watch that, or did you all go for a break at the time and ignore it? Because I have another one lined up to show if there's going to be any sort of interval between Larry Inspector Don's match and Stubbs' match with Semi Pro. Oh dear, my stomach is doing cartwheels here. And I had every intention of getting my second Chinese since the reopening after 7 weeks of starvation. I had that all lined up after, when I got home from work this afternoon. I thought I'll be able to mess about, set up this expert broadcaster, take a break, maybe have a nap, and lo and behold, Stubb tells me that VP Monster was playing, and then I looked at the bracket and saw that Acero was set to play Keith at 4 o'clock. So I've had absolutely no break other than a packet of crisps. Yeah, Stubb. Well, I'll give Stubb his dues because he's been practicing most of the day, so he's been putting in good time. Semi-pro's been in and out all day, so they've all had plenty of table time this afternoon. And meanwhile, Bedhead is going to go 2-0 up on his break, and the break goes back to VP Monster, and he needs a ball and he needs a shot. And there's Ali. I mean, does Ali do this deliberately? Every time there's a tournament match like this on, he comes in and he starts chatting as if everybody wants to have a chat with him. Guy's clueless, so he is. Absolutely clueless. But VP Monster's got more important things. Yes, he has forgot. Yeah, he's got more important things to do than worry about what's going on in the chat. He's got work to do here. I don't know whether that's great shape, is it? Well, there's plenty of room. Got to get that cue ball up the table though. And he's left it shortish again. That's not where you want to be playing this 5 ball from. Now I presume he can go through and miss the 8. Yes, he can. It just threatened to get ugly there. But it's vital that he takes this out. And of course, break goes back to Bedhead, leading by 2 racks to 1. Now, something went in there. What went in? 6 ball has gone. Tough shot in the 1, 2 ball over the bottom left hand corner, but the 3 and the 9 are locked up on the left hand side. So that 9, let's have a quick look. Well, the 9's now been broken, so I was going to check there if that was a combo to the bottom corner pocket. We'll never really know now, but Monster has got Bedhead in trouble. Gets the kick, but doesn't get the safe. Now, quick look at the 5. We can see the 5 goes, but only goes from this side, obviously. So the problem with that is where the 4 ball is to get back up the table. So VP Monster is going to have to work out a plan here. Now if he can drop around the corner, top rail, maybe side rail, and on that 4 ball, as long as he leaves an angle, he can certainly get up here or down here to the bottom end of the table for this 5-ball on the left side. It's the only way he can pot it. Let's see how he's done. He needs to go off the rail for a start, and I think that is pretty good. That will do. Just got to get the touch right. It's a softish draw, not a big huge draw. As long as he gets the momentum in the cue ball, well, he's went for the big thump. That was more of a stun draw, and he's left himself the high cut. He's left himself the bedhead cut on this 5-ball. Cue ball going up and down the table, and that's why he's missed it. And he needs that cue ball to slow up. Well, bedhead can play the easy safety. He can cut the 5 to the side rail and try and get it to help itself along behind that 7. But is he trying? What is he trying? What's he thinking about here? Well, the bank is on past that 8-ball if he's going to be brave enough. It's got to be made though. It's not sitting as a perfect bank, I don't think. He's looking for cover. He's got it, has he? And that is a pretty good shot. That is very good. Now, is there enough angle to be made off that rail to get to the 5? Well, he's got it. He's just caught the edge of it. How's the cue ball? Well, let's just say this is not an easy shot. I think that Bedhead might take his medicine here, pot the 5 and leave the bank on the 7. To me, that would be the sensible shot to play, rather than trying to create something with this cue ball. It's much safer and sensible to leave the bank than trying to do something miraculous. And that's what he tried. I think he was actually trying maybe to leave that cut, but either or, it's left VP Monster the chance, albeit he's the wrong side of the 5. He's going to have to work the cue ball big time here. Just needs to slow up. It's going to the rail. Well, that's the worst place you want to be playing this shot, but the saving grace is that if he played the cut, he would have run into the 8 and may well have potted the 8. But again, common sense has taken charge, and he's played a good safety on excuse me, on Bedhead. I need to get a drink here. Good evening, whoever that is, because I can hardly read your name. I've got all the chat on my second monitor with XSplit Broadcaster, and I can hardly see. But Bedhead has played a good kick safe though. And Monster again looking for cover. Now, has that 7-ball squirted out? Well, not enough. The 9-ball is doing its intended job and blocking off the path of that cue ball. Now, how's Bedhead luck this time? Well, pretty good, because again, it is not easy. It's a good bank from there, but is Monster lining up the pot? 8-ball goes past the 9 into this bottom right, no problem. What's he thinking? Well, I much prefer probably going for the bank. At least it gives me 2 chances to get the ball in the hole, whereas all out for the pot is just 1 chance, and he'd be unlucky not to be on the 8-ball. Well, he's lined it up totally wrong and didn't give it enough pace to give him the double shot up and down. And he may well just have sold a rack there with that shot. Not the best attempt at a bank. He was trying to do it in 1, but if you pick a reasonable line, you can always get that double bank, and that has given Bedhead the opportunity to stretch the lead and open up the gap to 2 for the first time in a match. A reminder that this and all the rest of the matches are one loss side matches, and it's just a race to 11. So a 2-rack gap at this time. The little alarm bell should be ringing in VP Monster's head. He can't afford unforced errors now, especially on his break. And he's come up dry. Thin edge of this one. Find the gap between the 5 and the 2 and get distance. Well, Bedhead not going to take that tact. He's got the cover, but he's left an easy cut, an easy kick. And if Monster can hit this full in the face, well, he's hit it half ball, but it's running safe. But he could have stunned that cue ball in behind the 9. But he'll take that any day, as long as he's got it safe. But not a difficult kick though. Well, cue ball squirted out this time. Now, can Monster make the one? He certainly can. He's just got to get the spin right. If he spins it too well, he'll miss the one altogether. Well, he's made a hash of that. Maybe he should have did a bit of practice. He spun into the 8, giving Bedhead ball in hand. And, well, the first problem is getting the cue ball out into the table. He might just play the soft little draw and leave the 2 where it is. No, he's gone for the draw. And you can see the 2. Oh no, I mean, the 2 matches were scheduled for the same time tonight, remember, in case you didn't know. When I came home from work the other day, I looked at the bracket and saw that Semi-Pro and Stub were set for 7 o'clock, as was Larry and Spectre Dawn. And I basically hinted big time in the lobby it would be handy if somebody could change their match time, and you know, full credit to Semi-Pro and Stub. They both agreed to change their match time to 2 hours later, so they're going to start at 9 o'clock, which allows me to get both of the matches. I can't do that without the help of the players, so it's much appreciated. And the bonus today was having these other 2 matches, which were unexpected. So I've got no work tomorrow. That's the other reason for them both being today. I finished my work this morning, and I've got the rest of today, I've got tomorrow and Thursday off, so I don't care when these matches finish, and I don't care when I get something to eat. I will be here all the way. Well, there's there's a mistake with Bedhead, and the voice is going to crack. I need a drink. It's going to go. But Bedhead's got it safe. Is he going to try the bank? Can he see enough of the 5 Monster to make the bank, reverse bank? No, but he has to get it safe, and I think he's not done it. He's left it open, and the touch has left him. And these failed safeties by Monster are going to cost him. And trailing 3-1, that's the last thing you want to do. But remember, look at where the 9 ball is. And remember how things can go wrong if Bedhead doesn't get good on this 8 ball. I keep reminding you, because we know what can happen. Well, this is actually not a bad angle. It's a bit of a cutback for the 8, but he just has to be careful that this cue ball doesn't track right across into the middle pocket. But he can take evasive action though. Yeah, that's fine. Played it well. And so Bedhead widens the gap, and now there's more than alarm bells ringing, because this is self-inflicted damage here by VP Monster. The failed safety has cost him big time, and it's a 4-1 lead, and VP Monster is now backs against the wall. Dry break from Bedhead, and the billiard played off the 1 by Monster, and when you do that, of course, you have to rely on luck, and he's got nothing. But I think there's a gap. He can clip the edge of the 1. If you look at the line there, he can clip the edge of the 1 and get it thin enough, I think, to come around the angle and keep the 1 up there. If you look at the line, well, maybe not. It's a lot tighter when you look at it closer. Maybe I was a bit ambitious. But either way, Bedhead has got Monster all over a barrel here, but this time it wasn't Bedhead's doing. It was just the billiard shot and relying on luck for a shot, and well, Monster just didn't get it. Is that 3 ball going to be the lifeline? Bedhead's given it a good look, and whether he can actually get to it. But I think his problem is that there's no 2 ball to give him at least 1 chance at breaking that 3 and 7. He's going to have to get good on this off the 1, and this is not easy. Well, it's going to be the cut. Now, has he got enough of that 3 ball? I don't think he's got enough of that to cut that. I think he's just going to play safe. Yeah. Well, this time Bedhead hasn't got the cover. Is that you, Stub? I would, if I was you, I would be in a room practicing. Atomic warfare. All right. Well, I'll tell you, I used to think that I talked a good game. Oh, is it Polo? I can't see the names. See, that's the problem. The names are blue, but from where I'm sitting, I can't see. Remember, I'm only using a small 12-inch old 25-year-old second monitor, an old 4x3 monitor, by the way, and I've got the chat up in it instead of on my normal screen when I use Gamecaster, so I can't really see the names. I have to sort of lean right across to try and pick out a name, and I still can't do it. Oh, it is. It's Polo. Yep. Have you shined that head again? A damp rag and a bit of maybe a Brillo pad first, then a damp rag. and then a bit of pledge. I'm just waiting in a barber opening up again so I can get my head done, because I haven't had hair this long in God knows how many years. Well, this is vital for VP Monster, to say the least. And he should be home and dry here. And so it's back to 4-2 and with the break, so that one has been stolen by Monster, and it's vital that he gets a ball here, and he's got something's fallen in, and this time he's on the one. Cue ball off the rail, across behind the 9 and on the 2. Oh, that's a poor shot. You've got to give it beans to get there. You've got to give it the beans to get. Oh, look at the amount of space he had. Well, he's kicked in the 2, but he should never have been playing that shot, because now he's out of line. He's got the thin cut in the 3, cue ball running up and down the table, and he's doing everything that he can to get himself out of shape immediately in a vital rack. I have got a few, well, if you're talking to me, I do have a few tins of beans, yep. Yep, I'll admit that. I've got, well, obviously in the earlier stages of this COVID thing, when the stores were virtually empty, I had to just take what beans there were, and there were some Heinz beans, and there was also some of the Branston beans. I like the Branston beans better, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Monster's struggling to find shape here. Now, does he go all out for the cut, or does he try and find cover behind that 8 and 6? Or does he play the bank? He's got 3 choices here as to what he's going to do. And he's trying to spin it in behind the 8 and 6, and I think he's played it pretty well. That's a good shot, a pretty well controlled shot. The stun, but the spin in the cue ball has done its job, and he's got the cover. And this is what he has to keep up to stay with Bedhead, and Bedhead has left him the shot. Now this time I think he's pretty straight. Yeah, this is awkward. He can pinch a wee bit of angle, but if he hits this too hard, the cue ball's not going to come back up the table. He's going to spin to the rail, and that's the problem with this shot. He doesn't want to try and pinch too much. He's played it well, and that is as good as he could probably get it. Now, is he going to risk nudging the 7? Because if you do, you're just riding your luck. If he goes full-blooded for it, he can probably come off the rail and across to the right. He just needs to be careful of the scratch, and he's got it all wrong. Played it with inside English. I mean, that's what made the shot much more difficult. He was checking the cue ball to square it across to take the 7 long into the top left, and that's why he missed the shot. It made the shot much, much tougher. Oh, Branston beans are lovely, yeah. They're the same consistency as Heinz. Yeah, but I like the flavour of them better. It's all the difference is in the sauce, obviously. Well, this is going to be one that's got away for Monster, and this one's going to hurt, because it all went tits up right from the start in this rack. He played a very poor shot and left himself blocked out, and in the end, when you get out of shape and you keep getting out of shape and you keep struggling, at some point you're going to come off the rails, and it's back to a 3-gap lead. It's 5-2 for Bedhead, and Bedhead breaking, and that 3-ball is going to put the one safe now. How's that for luck? Because Monster coming to the table, wide open table, and the 3-ball's locked up the one. And if it hadn't been there, he would have had a good chance at running out. Yeah, I think it's the servers. There definitely is a difference in where the servers are that this is being sent to, as to why Twitch is always the best. Well, Monster now again has locked himself against a 1. He's got it safe, but he might be in trouble himself here. Bedhead can push the 1 onto the 6, thin it, and come back behind the 7 and 2. And another good safety. Well, the kick up and down is on. It's a big target to hit the 1, but the kick's also off the short rail, and he's made again a complete hash of that by not taking his time and not lining the angle. I mean, the one thing you can do is look at the tangent. You look at where you're going to hit the ball on the rail, whether you use the diamond system or not, and then look at where the line is it's going to come off. And let's be honest, Monster paid little regard there for the actual shot and didn't take any time at all to measure it, and that was just not a good sign. I think he thinks he's dead and buried already, and that isn't the case. You've got to keep giving it 100%. And meanwhile, the 6 and the 8 are lined as a combo, but the 7 is in the way, and VP Monster might still have a lifeline, but let's be honest, he doesn't deserve it from that shot that he's just played. He doesn't deserve it in this rack. Now, what does Bedhead do? Does he come back to try and get that thin, or does he try to play some sort of breakout? Well, has he got enough angle to do it? Yes, he's got enough angle in the 5. He's looking at where he has to hit the 6, but he's got enough angle to stun and move something if he wants to. I don't think he is. I think he's just going to come across. Well, he's tried to break out, but he's actually played it too well and missed everything. Well, there would be a shot. You can actually get the cue ball between the 7 and the 7 and the rail and actually try and kick that 6 and 8, but that would have been a tall order. Well, it's still safe, but VP Monster needs to get his head screwed on and focus. Too careless early in this rack, and it'll be a get out of jail if he pinches us some way or another. Well, enjoy your dinner. Now, Bedhead, if he can kill this cue ball, you draw it into the rail and kick the 6 and try and kick and kill the cue ball, but he hasn't hit it enough. He had the general idea right, but he's left an open 6 ball. And again, not easy to get good shape on this 7. And the pace is good. Well, he should be winning this rack now, but he definitely has got out of jail if he does so. Oh, well, he's managed to get it in off the jaw. And any latecomers, quick reminder, this is the second of the bonus matches today, the unexpected matches. This is the one lost side between VP Monster and Bedhead. Monster from the USA, Bedhead from Sweden. Before the main events, which the first one between Larry and Spectre Dawn is due to start in approximately 20 minutes time. And well, this match has been going slower than expected. It's 5-3 to Bedhead in this race to 11. But what I intend to do is to stick with this match for the time being, and as soon as the Larry and Spectre Dawn match is up, we will join it. I might even drop in and have a quick look. Now, while this safety's going on, just give me a second, guys. I'm going to bring up the bracket on my screen. Hang on a sec. Where's that button? What one is it? That one. Just give me 2 seconds. Well, it was a bit longer than 2 seconds. It took me that long to load the bloody page. But I don't think we've really missed anything. I don't think a ball's been potted, but there certainly will be a ball potted now. And it's Bedhead that pots the 1, but he's got himself in trouble immediately, finding the only path that would get him behind that 8 and 4 ball. And well, this 2 is not easy to kick. And looking at the position here, Bedhead just has to be careful that he doesn't disturb the 4 somehow, because that will be his get out of jail card if Monster has ball in hand. The 4 ball is not ideal to get on. And he's missed the kick, and he hasn't disturbed the 4, but with the 3 ball being now where it is, VP Monster's got every chance to be able to at least improve the situation, or from where he is now, get good on the 4. Now he's pretty straight in this 3, and if he's going to draw back, he just has to get it gentle, and he's played it well. And now avoid locking himself out on the 5. Can Monster take this out to get back within 1? Well, I think he's reasonably straight on the 6, so does he go forward and leave the long 7? Because he can go forward and come around the angles. Well, he's playing the draw again by the look of it. That needs to keep going, and that's pretty good. Good pace and reasonable shape on the 7. Now, is this ideal for the draw? Yes, it is. Little bounce will do nicely, and Monster should be back within 1. Now, whose break is it? I've totally forgotten the pattern here. Yeah, well, it was in his own break, so it goes back to Bedhead, still with a 1 rack lead. Oh, good evening. Who's that? That's Semi-Pro. Good evening. Well, did you watch any of that match earlier on? The one between Bedhead and not Bedhead, between Keith and Acero. What a match that ended up being. That was a good appetizer for what's to come. All our technical problems seem to be solved, thank God. Bedhead looking to hide, but he's fluked to 5 and to 8 and plumbing the 1. Well, looking ahead, it looks like the 4 ball in off the 6 into the middle. That would be the simplest way to play it. But he still has to get good on the 3. Well, at one stage, it was threatening that this match was going to fall apart for Monster. Somehow or other, he is still in the match, but needed to get that focus. And I don't know whether he was doing any practicing offline, but from the evidence we'd seen in a couple of the shots, probably not. And where Bedhead is now, he's just trying to lock up behind the 9. Well, he could have played that better. Now, can Monster nudge that 6 in? Well, it's sitting just off the point, but if he hits it hard enough, it may well come off the 4 and go in. He has to make his mind up whether he wants to be gentle or hit it with a bit of pace. If he hits it with a bit of power, there's a strong chance the 6 will knock the 4 and drop into the hole. I think if it was me, I'd be going with a bit of pace to play the second shot rather than the gentle one. Well, he's decided on neither. He's decided to keep the shot safe, and now it's the kick from Monster. Sorry, Bedhead. I'm getting my bloody players mixed up with already, and it's only 10-7. And where's the cue ball gone? Well, Bedhead's managed to find a way to get it in the hole, and lo and behold, Monster has the table at his mercy. Now, did that 6 ball move? Let's have a look. Well, it's still off the point, so it hasn't moved. Oh, this is a vital shot in the rack, and I think he's left himself dead straight, and that's probably about the worst place he could be. He's going to have to work the cue ball big time. Oh, I don't know how many times I do that. I'm so focused on the table, looking at the shots, that I don't notice that the shot's changed the other player now. How's that ended up? Let's have a look. Pretty good. Just a gentle feather on that 6 is all he needs, just to drop it in and leave the cue ball there for the 7. No power whatsoever, just get it there dead weight and just roll through. He's going to roll away from the 9, but let's see that shot as well, because the angle's a bit more than I thought. Here's a little tester right on the rail, cutting across the 9, and this to get back all square. A vital shot mid-match. Oh, that's a good one. Player, what the hell's that name? Oma2323 will be IP banned. Sexual intimidation, stalking, general disrespect towards women. Who the hell was that against? Idiots like that are only ever in the lobby once and then they disappear anyway. They only kind of stumble across the place. I've never seen the name before. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen the name. But we have a tied ball game, and we are 5 racks all, middle of the match, race to 11. So Monster has one way or another got himself back in it, and now it's anybody's. Well, an attempted cut on that one. It was not easy. How's his luck? Well, he hasn't got that either, because he's left a 1 on. The 2 is a lifeline, because it isn't going anywhere there, and he's trying to draw back to get a shot, and that is pretty good. He's done well to find that gap. Now, is it the cut or is it the combo? Oh, I've never seen the guy. That's the first time I've seen that name, so he must be an arsehole. Well, that's a good combo by Bedhead. Quick rack, and jumps back into the lead by 6 racks to 5, and again the right time for it to happen, because he's now got his own break. I didn't hear anything going in there. Yep, it's dry, and no shot for Monster other than a long distance attempt at a combo that's nowhere near lined up. And has that got enough pace to get there to the rail? No, it hasn't, and it's a gift of an opportunity for Bedhead, albeit a wee bit of work to do, although I think the 6 ball is fine. Yeah, 6 ball's fine where it is. He needs to just run through far enough to get good in the 2. Somewhere up by the middle diamond in that left rail would do, and that is pretty nigh exactly what the doctor ordered. In prime position now. Needs to spin out, and that will do. Well, this again is happening at all the wrong time for VP Monster. Managed to get himself back all square within a blink of an eye at 6-5. Bedhead at the table, in control, with a chance to open the gap again to 2. Now, provided he's not dead straight, well, that's as good as. He may well just draw this back. I don't know whether he can get into that enough to stun it and get the cue ball out. Yep, he had to. The only option was to play the draw, and needs to watch the pace. The pace is good. Now, all he can do is just drop this in, I think. Well, the vital shot is coming up. Surely he's not too straight. He can pinch a wee bit of angle. He's fine. No problem there. But it's getting good on the 9 off this 8. That pace looks fairly reasonable. Could have done with going up another few inches, but it will do. Well, we are about 4 minutes away. Where's this cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? Oh, what a mistake by Bedhead. What a mistake. I mean, you just make sure you pot the 9. You don't let the cue ball run. Enough pace to pot the 9, and it's the old sucker shot on the 9 ball. He's let the cue ball run and it's found a hole, and again we're all square at 6. Oh well, what an early Christmas present there for VP Monster. He must be laughing up his sleeve with that one. But the break is dry though. 3 ball and 7 ball locked up in the top rail, and that was daylight robbery there by VP Monster. He has picked Bedhead's pocket, and Bedhead has slipped in a banana skin, and my backside is getting quite sore. I've got a numb bum. Yeah. The Larry Spectre Dawn match is about to kick off in about 3 minutes, so we'll stick with this. At least I will stick with this. Whether or not you guys do, I don't know, but I'll be jumping in and having a quick look at what's happening in the Larry Spectre match. If this one is going to continue, which it looks as if it is, it's going to continue for a wee while yet. No doubt about that, but it's at an exciting point in the match. We're back all square. Dare you leave this stream? Do so at your own risk. I'll definitely keep us up to date on what's happening in the Spectre Dawn Larry match. Well, Monster now, very thin feather off that 3 and try and get distance. Now, is that well enough to avoid the billiard? I think the billiard is odds on here. Off that 3 onto the 7 and hope you leave yourself a shot on the 3. The 7 has to go in. He needs to thump it though to get it to stun quickly enough to hit that 7 full in the face. That's the shot. No, he's went for the reverse bank. Well, was that the shot? looking for position in the 4, and it's gifted a chance for VP Monster. You know, I'm thinking that the billiard looked a lot easier than trying to pick out the bank. But then again, you win and lose by your choice of shot. But it's now in VP Monster's hand, his first real chance to go in the lead at the right time in the match, and straight away he's overhit that. He's gone a bit higher in the 4 than he really wanted to. Yeah, it's now gone the top of the hour, so Spectre, Don and Larry should be getting underway. But oh dear, the overcut. Now again, getting out of line on that 4 ball. It sounds so simple, but just a wee bit higher just makes it more difficult on the shot, and more difficult to have that cue ball under control to get good on the next ball. This is just how you get out of shape, and as soon as it starts happening, you start getting out of line, and it usually ends in disaster. And from having a golden opportunity to go into the lead, he's given it away. And Bedhead still has to get the job done though. Well, I mean, the match isn't going to be over in the first couple of racks with Larry and Spectre Don. Easy enough to drop in after like 10 minutes. The early stages of their match. Well, Bedhead's in his favourite position, the place he always wants to be, the big high cut on a tight 8 ball on the bottom rail, and getting the weight right to get on the 9. And that's why he ends up in trouble, and he's scratched. And there's a gift handed back on a plate, a silver platter for VP Monster. And surely, and don't call me Shirley, but surely he's going to be able to draw up the table, not scratch, and get on that 9. And well, this could be the most significant rack in this match, and dare you go and watch Larry and Spectre now. I mean, come on guys, stay with it, have faith. We've got a match building up here. Yeah, if you've got 2 monitors, you can watch my stream and watch Larry and Spectre. Alright, you've got 4, I've got 2, he's got 3. Who's got the biggest one of the lot? How many inches is yours then? Well, Monster is in a pile of you know what, where he's stuck right now. Dig yourself out of that one. Well, this is where you make sure you try and tie something up, and I don't think he can. He's in a whole heap of trouble here, and he can't even get a ball safe. I mean, he could try and bump the net. I don't think he's too close to the 9 to create an angle. He's in an impossible situation to keep everything safe, even if he was just going to give away ball in hand. Well, he's hit the one. The one's hit the rail, and wouldn't you know it, He's got it safe. Well, what a shot that was. That is straight out the Efren Reyes Kick Safe Handbook, right on the first page, that one. Oh, and I'll tell you what I haven't used tonight, guys. You know what I haven't used? Shot that was. That is straight out the Efren Reyes Kick Safe Handbook. And I was too late. I haven't used the replay tonight and I forgot all about the damn thing. That's the other function I eventually got working. And my voice is bloody deafening on that replay. I mean, that's coming through my headphones. That must be bloody annoying. That is really loud. But what a shot that was. That was a shot and a half. I mean, he was right in. I mean, you couldn't be locked up anymore behind that 8 and 9. And to me, that was the kick shot of the tournament, that one. That is top drawer. But Bedhead's back at the table. A tough 2. Tightish. But if he gets this, and well, Bedhead's now doing the chasing. He has to take it out. Now, the ideal thing to happen right now would be for Bedhead or VP Monster to say, I need a bathroom break. That would be perfect. Take a bathroom break for 2 minutes before breaking off in the next rack, and then we can nip in and have a look at Larry and Spectre Dawn, and that's played perfectly as long as it doesn't go dead straight. I think it's dead straight. He's going to have to tweak it a wee bit. Needs to get the cue ball out. Wee bit of spin. And I think he's dead straight again. Is he? Nope, he's okay. Can stun it up the table. And it needs to keep going. The straighter the better. The straighter the simpler it is to just get on the 9. He's played a wee draggy shot. And so Bedhead has replied, and he's going to square the match again. 7 racks all. Alright, Spectre Dawn's off and running. And whose break was that? Was that against the break? VP Monster breaking off in rack number 15. Something's gone down. And what was it? The 8 ball has gone. Well, we can see there's a line to chip the 1 onto the rail and the 2 at the same time. He's decided against it. And he's okay. 5 ball is a covering ball, well, at least on the right hand side of the table, and so is the 6. And this 1 ball is going to be the clincher for either player. Whoever gets it should be running the table, although the 2 ball is in an awkward place over that top right hand corner, especially with the 4 bin there and trying to get down here for the 3, so it might not be quite as cut and dried as first thought. Yeah, one day Larry will decide maybe it's worth a chance. Don't get me started on Larry's mouse, but one day he might decide it might be worth trying a standard mouse, not even a wireless one, a standard cheap wired mouse, and see how I go for a few months. Well, Bedhead has got the job done there. He's got it safe. He's left nothing. Now, how... Oh dear, well, VP Monster he really needs to get his eyes checked. Even I could see he missed that by half an inch. He's left nothing. And I'm too late again. I'm too late again with the replay. Right, I'm going to try a replay on another sort of decent shot and see if I can get it right this time. This is the thing I need practice with. Well, that didn't work either. I'll try another one. Now that's the replay. And that's back to live play. That worked. So 7 racks all in this one loss side match. And Bedhead at the table, trying to get good on the 3 in between the 6 and 9. Well, that's a problem because he's on the rail and he's only got a third of the cue ball he can hit. Well, he's doing everything to make it difficult. I think he can only go forward and across to the off the rail in the left and over to the right. Well, he's trying to dig into the cue ball and he's done his damnedest and he's pretty much got there. Now that was a good shot. Let's see that one again. I think he can only go forward and across to the off the rail in the left and over to the right. Well, he's trying to dig into the cue ball and he's done his damnedest and he's pretty much got there. Do you like that one? I got that one working okay. Five out of 10. Well, plenty of room. Draw off the 7 out into the table. Well, he's gone the short side, but either way it gets the job done. So just don't push it into that knuckle. You're off the rail. And Bedhead goes back into the lead with the break again. So he's stolen another one off VP Monster and breaks off in rack number 16. And I think a couple of balls have gone in. Now we've lost to 5, we've lost to 7, and Monster's going to be in a heap of trouble any second now, and this could be vital. I always thought my voice was generally irritating anyway, so so Bedhead has ball in hand and yet another vital rack. It's only race to 11. He's plotting his way out. He's looking for the path. And well, the vital shot is going to be from the 3 to the 4. So he wants to do everything but finish on the rail for this 3 ball. He needs that little angle. Yeah, I'm definitely going all the way with this match now. I'm not gonna chop and change at this stage. You guys can keep me up to date on what's happening in the other one. As soon as this one's over, I'll dive straight in. Well, he's got the angle, and well, he needs to make sure that he comes across that 8-ball one way or another, and he's done that. Oh, and the spin has taken him away, evasive action away from the 6, and he can see the 4, so it's just a drop in for the 6 in the right middle. Oh dear, I'm yawning again. Well, 9-ball right in the middle of the table pretty much. Pick your pocket. But this for a vital 2-rack lead late in the match. And so Bedhead has opened a gap, and Monster is running out of racks. Trails by 2 with the break, and a ball flew into that top right hand corner. How's his luck? Well, he's going to have a cut in the 1, and the 2 has a gap. The 2's got a gap. Well, that's lucky. He's run into them and he's left the 2 on, but it's unlucky that he's now tied the 4 and the 6 up. So that was something that went bad, went good, and then went bad. Or went good, went bad, I don't know. I'm waffling now. But either way, he's got work to do. And I think the best he can do here is try and get the cue ball up. I mean, he's got an angle to try and get lucky and nudge something, but if he gets high enough up the table, he can at least block out Bedhead. Well, that is unfortunate. He's tried his damnedest, he's got the break, but he's hooked and now needs to get lucky. And that looks pretty reasonable. Okay, it's easy to kick, but he's relying on Bedhead not getting this safe. Well, Bedhead has done everything right there. He's done everything right. That is absolutely perfect. Spun back to the top rail, kicked to 4, got it safe, and got Monster hooked behind the 6. And this is going to be wide open now. And these are vital times, and it ain't running well now for Monster. Bedhead with the chance to get to the hill. Well, this is another one. He's got to get that cue through on this 5. It is pretty straight, and he's got to go through the cue ball and let it run off the side rail and the bottom rail, and he's going to be playing from distance. Well, he's deciding to play it soft, so he's now inside the 6, and the cue ball's going to be running over towards the right middle pocket, so it's all about pace. Well, he's hit it soft enough, it's going to be the middle and the left side, and drop through for the 9. And so Bedhead is now 1 away from the next round on the 1 loss side, and he has the break at 10-7. And that looks dry to me. Well, Monster now knows exactly where he stands. Can't afford to miss. Now looking for a decent safety shot here. Plenty of cover there. Well, that's not a difficult kick because there's a gap between the 9 and 6, which is a good guide for the kick shot. And there's not enough room past that 8. Nowhere near enough room. So again, Monster looking to tuck this cue ball away. Could punch the 2 around. Well, he's got a double kiss, so that's ruined that, and he's going to be in trouble again unless Bedhead decides to go all out for the match and play the combo onto the 8. He's going to be running into balls. Yeah, just the early stages of their match. 2 racks, all's fine. We're not missing anything spectacular at this time. If it was 4-0 for anybody, I'd be a bit worried, but 2-all. I don't know whether you can hear my stomach, guys, whether this mic will pick that up, but my stomach is rumbling big time. Well, he's tried to tuck the cue ball away there. Hasn't quite got it. Well, I think he might still have it. Yeah, well, that'll do it. Now this isn't quite so simple because the 6 ball is in the line of the straight up and down kick. Now is Bedhead going to have to maybe put a bit of English on this to make the angle? Yes, he is. Oh, he's picked it out. He's got the hit, but he's left a chance. A chance for VP Monster. And the 8 ball is over the top left hand corner. 4 ball is locked beside the 9 ball. Now does that 3 pass the 8? It doesn't. It's far too tight, but he could have dropped through and then finished on the 4. That doesn't look as if it's going to happen. Now is he going to try and squeeze that 3 ball past the 8? No, it was not on. He's played the combo, and now it's a dead weight shot in the 3 to be able to play this 4 into this bottom left. Well, it's all gone wrong. Didn't want any collision there, and to be honest with you, if he was trying to do what I was suggesting, he's hit it far too hard, or maybe the angle was too much. But he's looking for cover behind the 5. I think he's almost got there. No, he hasn't. Has he? Is there enough to pot that? It looks tight. We'll soon find out. Yes, well, there was enough room. And that's a good shot, albeit he's tough in the 5, but it's all out for the match for Bedhead. Couldn't be any tougher. Long distance, cue ball tight in the bottom rail, and a tough cut as well. Cue ball has to come down this bottom end anyway for the 6. He's used all of the pocket, a little helpful nudge off the right middle jaw, and he's sitting pretty in the 6. Needs a bit of maybe inside to, I don't know whether he can run just straight through. Yes, he can. He can just run straight through. And so Bedhead with 2 balls to put away to take him through to the next round. Well, Monster, 1 or 2 errors too many, and that was his undoing. And Bedhead marches through to the next round. And with that, folks, we will get ready to jump through to the Larry and Spectre Dawn match. So I will be right back in 2 seconds. And here we are. We're in the match between Larry and Spectre Dawn, and Larry is trailing by 4 racks to 2, but at the table. Well, this cue ball's in the same position that Bedhead had in that last rack. Well, Larry wanted to miss the 6. Oh, this is delicate. Very delicate. Now, what does he do? Does he just try and drop it in and leave the high cut in the 7? Or does he go all out for the cut down the rail? Because if he plays that shot, he can spin it across for the 7 into the bottom right. Yep, that's what he's done. Needs to watch the pace though. Well, he's just gone that wee bit more than he would like to. Just a little tester on this 7 ball. Welcome anybody who's rejoining the stream. Who the hell's that? Hang on a minute to get out my seat so I can read that name. Oh dear, well that's how the mistakes happen. Larry getting out of shape. Now, is this a numpty that's joined the chat? Right, hang on a minute guys. Just give me a minute. Anyway, Larry sold himself in that rack. It's now 4 racks to 2. Hang on. I can't see what the hell I'm doing on there. Anyway, more important matters than numpties. It's 5-2 to Spectre Dawn. Well, that last rack, Larry got himself out of shape again. And, well, this mouse needs to be binned. At least that's how it's looking at present. Larry with work to do. Spectre Dawn has got a comfortable gap. And it's just a race to 11. And he's 5-2 up. Is this? Mind you, I think I was in the wrong chat. I think I was in YouTube. I forgot where they were on. I haven't really looked at moderators on Twitch because I never get any more than 2 viewers anyway most of the time. But Larry is going to get one back. There is more important matters at hand. Now, is that on his break? No, it wasn't. So he stole that one back. And vital that he gets a ball and has a shot in rack number 9. And it isn't happening. 4 ball, thought about it, and of course he's left a shot for Spectre Dawn. The 2 is on. Everything in the open. The awkward ball is the 7. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the stream anymore. At this point, what we'll do at the end of this match is go and have a look on YouTube and Twitch. I couldn't see. The thing is that Restream is organising the chat, but I was looking to see. I need to spend a bit of time reading. That's what I need to do on both of them, YouTube and Twitch. Well, of course, Spectre Dawn has a decision to make. Well, he's got a problem straight away here. 4 ball deep in the corner pocket, trying to use the angle. And he's done pretty well to get on the 5 there. But what does he do about the 7? Does he leave the 7-9 combo? He'll be in pretty good shape to be able to do that. Now this is where the decision has to be already in his mind. Does he try and get top side of the 7, or does he take his medicine, pot the 6 and line up the combo on the 9? And it doesn't look too difficult as long as he can get pretty straight, and he's trying to get there, and that is not bad. I don't think he could have played it much better, but this is vital now. It's going to widen the gap to 3 if this goes in, and he's hung it, and Larry breathes a sigh of relief, and he's going to pinch another one back. And break goes back to Spectre Dawn, but now with just a 1 rack lead. Well, welcome to any latecomers. I can't see the names properly at this distance, but you are more than welcome. And remember, we have the match to follow later on tonight. That's the one between Stubb, Real Poland Power, and semi-pro, and that's going to be at 9 PM, so that's another hour and 25 minutes away. And at the end of this match, I'm going to, well, earlier on this evening I showed the rerun of the final stages of the 10 Ball World Championships 2019. The final was between Stubb and Vince Says, and it was a cracking end to the match. And I've also got planned at the end of this match a little time filler that you can choose to watch or not, because you'll be listening to me. There will be expletives in it and it will be a rerun of the late stages of the 2019, I think it was 2019 World Straight Pool Championship between Frankel and semi-pro, and semi-pro of course up in the match later on with Stubb and Frankel, whom I have heard a rumour, but I have not uttered a word about said rumour, as Frankel has not been around. And for those of you who don't know, Frankel was, to the best of my knowledge and for the information that we found out, Frankel was not well. That's all I'm going to say. And I have heard rumour recently, which I'm not going to say anything publicly about, but it's partially to let people see and remind people of how good Frankel is, because it was a crazy end to that match, and it's worth watching if you haven't seen it, and stick with it if there's enough time. It's not the full match, because the full match is 3 hours. it's the last sector of it, and hopefully we'll have enough time to run that, and then I can go and get a cup of coffee while it's running. That's the plan, but that will probably never work out. Yes, I remember Pammy. He was crazy. Oh, he was funny. He was funny on TeamSpeak, so he was. Yeah, we've lost a few people over the years. Such is life, and we may well have lost a fair few more with this COVID-19 crap that's been going on. We will never know. Well, again, concentrating on the match, Larry's back within one, and we've now got a safety exchange. And Larry has got Spectre on in trouble. Easy kick, but that 6 ball is going to stop that 3 ball travelling far. But but Spectre, oh, what the hell have I done? I've pressed the wrong button again. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look. Now, can he push that 3 ball through to miss the 6? It's touch and go if he's going to try and hook Spectre on. That was a clever little shot by Spectre Dawn. And Larry's using the 6 as the blocker, and if that bounces, well, he's got it safe. Certainly he's not got the cover, but he has certainly got it safe. There's not enough of that 3 ball showing to do anything with it along the rail. Well, Allenville's probably got a woman. That's usually what kills most folks' virtual pool. Yeah, he's probably in love. Well, this is now developing into yet another vital rack, especially for Larry's cause in this tournament, because of course the loser in these matches is going home, and Larry has managed to find the gap. He's left the gap for Spectre Dawn, and could that be the vital mistake in this rack? Didn't get the cover, and Spectre Dawn with a chance to widen the gap again. Well, he's gone high in the 5. No problem going around the corner and out, but just left that little angle to read. Now, does he try and spin out behind the 7? There's a danger to that shot, and the danger's the 9 ball. Yeah, he's trying to keep it on the top side. A wise move, trying not to dig any holes for himself. And now he's got the angle to pot the 7. Turn the cue ball off the rail now for the 8. And so Spectre Dawn is keeping Larry at arm's length. It's now gone to 2, and it's 6-4, and if ever this was going to be a vital break for Larry, it certainly is. Trailing by 2, needs a ball, needs a shot, doesn't need dry. 9 goes in to be respotted, and he's going to have no shot really on the 1. Well, nothing easy if it cuts past the 7, which it doesn't, not the 7, the 8. So he's got to look for safety. Oh, I need a drink. That's what I need. I don't think that's too bad a shot. Let's see. No, it's open. It doesn't pot anywhere, but Spectre Dawn can keep it tight. Well, 6-4 down. Larry needs something to happen, and he needs to keep it tight, and that is a good shot. I think there's an edge of that 1, just an edge. And I don't think there's anything there for Larry this time. Oh, there is, and again just an edge, and Larry looking to keep distance. Well, it's going to have to be a kick this time. And again, it's a kick safe from Spectre Dawn. Well, Larry doesn't think he can get to it with spin off the top rail, because there's a chance, there's still a chance of kicking this in if he can pick that line. But he hasn't got it in, but he's got it pretty safe. At least from here it looks reasonably safe. Now does Spectre Dawn want to try and hide up in the top left hand corner? There's a good opportunity to get the cue ball up there. The one ball would be going to this bottom rail somewhere. That's where he's headed, and that will do. He's got the cover, and Larry's in trouble now because the angle is not there on the right rail. He is in dire straits here. He's going to have to do an awful lot with the cue ball to try and make any shot to go anywhere near that one. There is no line. I mean, if he went there, he's going to miss the one even with spin. So he's, what's he trying? He's trying the Massey round the 7. Yeah. He actually hit it too hard because it went too fast for the Massey and the spin to take effect. But he was up the proverbial without a paddle on that shot. I mean, that was the last resort was to try the Massey, and you either pick that out or you don't. It was so difficult. So Spectre Dawn comes out the winner in the safety battle. Had Larry tied up in knots on that previous shot, and his reward is a chance to stretch the lead to 3 racks. But I've said in the past as well that Larry, when he's cornered, he generally does come out fighting, but he's going to have to make his move pretty soon. Well, he's going to have to leave. If he just makes sure he pots the 4, he's going to leave an awkward cut in the 5 if he doesn't punch the cue ball. And that's exactly what he's done. So it's across the table twice here for the 6. No problem getting the 6. And simple enough to drop onto the 7. So it's looking pretty good here for Spectre Dawn. Although I think he's gone straight. Well, he can pinch it. Well, I'd have pinched it a bit better than that. This is a bit of a tweaker, because he's running away from the 9, and this could go wrong, and it's gone wrong, and he scratched as well. Well, there is another gift on a platter for Larry, and this to get back within 1, and it was just getting out of shape on the 8 ball. And that's how the margins are. They are fine margins, and it makes the shot more difficult. And the error was made by Spectre Dawn, and Larry duly obliges, helps himself, but the break goes back to Spectre Dawn, and nothing that Larry can do about it. And the 2 balls going to go in, but look at the 8 to Larry's rescue. Spectre Dawn has no shot, but look at the balls right in the middle of the table, everyone with a pocket, and Spectre Dawn has to get a kick and get it safe. And Larry is champing at the bit to have a shot when he comes back to the table. Well, Spectre Dawn plays the push out. I forgot that was the break. What a numpty. I definitely need food. Now, Larry, of course, could put Spectre Dawn back in. Now, is he trying to find the gap between the 6 and 7? No, he isn't. And he's not got full cover, but that will do. Oh, what another vital rack this is. And Spectre Dawn's a bit too heavy, and Larry has his chance. And Larry's got plenty of room to drop over the left side of this one, but he's going to be playing long distance from the 3 to get to the 4, so this is not a gimme, this rack. Although the balls are in good shape, it's just the first shot and the follow-up shot is the problem here. Now this is the one with this trackball mouse that causes problems for Larry. He either gets some sweet because he's trying to come back for that 4, and is it going to work? Well, he used all of the pocket, he's controlled the pace, and he has the shot in the 4, and that was pretty damn good, the end result. Now he has to come up. He's surely got to try and... Is he going to try and draw across for the 5? What's he thinking here? Yep, spinning it. And he's looking good now. As long as he misses the 9 and comes out across the table, he'll be on the 6. Well, the rack now at his mercy. Is he going to take it out, get back all square? Oh dear, now there is the trackball mouse problem right there. That's the one I'm talking about. Is he going to take it out, get back all square? Oh dear, now there, that's what I'm talking about, folks. That's where you're rolling a ball on that mouse to try and create that stunny draw, and he didn't get into it. That is exactly the types of shot that are so difficult to play with that trackball mouse. And I've always said they don't give me the feel for the shot to be confident to play those shots, and a wide open chance to win the rack, and it could very well cost him in terms of getting back all square. And he's trying to bank it, and it's going to get there. He's picked a line, and what a get out of jail shot that was. But he should never have been there. He should never have been there. But he's recovered, and it's all about getting on the 9. The inside has got him there. Now, is this going to be the crucial turning point in the match? Because Larry had the table wide open, found a way to get himself in trouble, and that's been happening too often for Larry. And I still blame the mouse. I'll continue to do it. And Larry's potted the 1, the 2 and the 3, and he's got a shot in the 4. The 5's there. He's got to run out to take the lead. And this is going like night to day, the way this is going now. Should be able to just drop through for the 6. It looks a good enough angle. Oh, you don't want to go close to the rail. Now, can he just brush off the 9? Oh, I think he's fine. He's not going to get anywhere near the 9. Much better when you see him from behind. Now he's gone dead straight in the 7. Ah dear. Any slight angle and he was perfect, but he's dead straight in the 7. He's got to work the cue ball again. And it needs to bounce. And now, well, it's not easy to get good on the 9. It's all about the pace again. And he's going to have to probably play the 9 into the same pocket. I don't know whether he's going to try and be delicate enough to hold this cue ball. I mean, there's far too much angle and too thin a cut. Got to be full-blooded. And he's judged the pace as best he could. And now just has to get the line right to drop the 9 in to regain the lead. Well, in it goes. And Larry makes it difficult for himself at times. But it's 7-6. But the break back with Spectre Dawn, and what an important break. The 6 ball goes in. He's got a shot in the 1, but look at the 2. That 2 is guarded closely by the 9, and he's got the wrong angle in the 1, and it's a thin cut. But there is a path to get to that 2 ball, but there is traffic in that way, and he's just got to be fingers crossed he's going to avoid a collision here. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That is a cracking shot. But there is traffic in that way. And he's just got to be fingers crossed he's going to avoid a collision here. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That is a cracking shot. What a shot that was. That was probably, as a shot, was the shot of the night, apart from that kick shot that we saw earlier on in the other match. But straight away Spectre Dawn has got himself into a hole. Well, now another vital kick from Spectre Dawn, and this surely, if Spectre Dawn doesn't get the hit, it's Larry going into a 2-rack lead. Because it's not only getting the hit, it's getting it safe. He's got the hit. Has he potted the 3? Wow! What a bonus! It's Larry going into a 2-rack lead. Because it's not only getting the hit, it's getting it safe. He's got the hit. as he potted the 3. Wow. Well, Spectre Dawn, what does he do now? Thin cut into the middle. He's missed it. And finally, in this rack, Spectre Dawn has run out of steam. Got the kick on the 3, but didn't land great in the 4. And is Larry going to open up the lead? Oh, he's fallen short again. Trackball mouse again. I'm telling you, it's a trackball mouse. He's just underhit it. Cue ball running up to the left. No problem getting on the 7, but he's just left himself these tweaky, awkward ones, and he's pushed it, has he? No, he's okay. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, he's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Doing everything to find trouble. Every time he's trying to find a way to get himself in a hole. And now he's got to either just a soft draw, not try and come around behind the 9, just a little soft draw. And these are the delicate shots with the trackball mouse that are fiddly to try and play. See, he's run round, he's went the safe way, rather than trying to play that little delicate soft draw. With an ordinary mouse you could play that, but with a trackball, very difficult to control. But it doesn't matter. It's 8-6. It's a 2-rack lead, and Larry has the break. No. The answer to that is no. He's been in a final, but he's never won one of these big tournaments in all the years I've watched. And when I found out that Larry had a trackball mouse, I went out and bought one. Tried it. Didn't like it. But the first one I bought was the big Logitech thing. You know, the big one with the red ball on it. And it's still sitting there. And then I bought another one, which was a wee handheld one. And I don't know where it is. I can't remember where it's ended up. And then I bought a third one, which was another one, but it was another brand like the Logitech with the big ball mouse, the big ball thing lying in the middle of the mouse, and tried all 3 of them and gave them a couple of hours, tried certain shots, and it was on certain shots that it was so bloody difficult to have that feel for a shot that was it. That's the last time I touched them. And I would always swear by a normal mouse. It doesn't have to be anything expensive. You can use the cheapest mouse. I've got loads of cheap mice that I can use in VP4, and they all work fine. They've all got, a lot of them have got similar DPIs, but they all play differently. And I'll tell you, they all play better than a trackball mouse any day of the week. But Larry at the table, and well, looking good to open it to 3. He's determined to keep going and prove me wrong in one of these tournaments. Oh, again. Well, this is the worst place he could ever be. Dead straight in the 5, and he's going to have to push it and try and tweak an angle out of nothing. And he's forced it, and he's got there. But again, making it as difficult as he can for himself. No, I've tried enough of them. I've tried 3 of them and they're all shit. And that's the best way to describe them. They're fine if you're doing presentations, because that's predominantly what they're designed for. But in terms of using them as an alternative to a proper mouse, And Larry again, you see that type of shot there is another one where you play it below just below centre ball and you hit it with enough power to get the little draw stun, and he's under hit it again and he's left the bed head shot. And where's the cue ball? He's okay, and finally he's got the rack done, and he's now got a 3-rack lead in a race to 11. And Spectre Dawn now with the back against the wall, and how's Spectre Dawn going to react? We have seen enough evidence on certain shots where Larry has fallen short of the mark. Time and time again, it's what's letting him down. It definitely is. I will stick by that opinion until I'm blue in the face. Spectre Dawn going to have to play the combo. Played nice pace so the 2-ball doesn't squirt away, and now he has to make sure he doesn't hook himself on the 4. He's going to brush the 6. Where's the cue ball going? And it's going entirely the wrong direction. And is there a gap? Yes, there is. And Spectre Dawn now has got a battle on his hands to try and take out this rack, because the 7-ball is going to be the problem. And this is the vital shot. It's got to be the combo surely on this 9. No, he's trying to go inside. How's the pace? The pace is pretty damn good as far as I can see. He's played it perfect. But it's going to have to be a long one on the 8. Now, where's the break going after this? I've totally lost track of what's happening. And the pace is okay. That could have easily ended up in the knuckle on the inside. But just a roll in to save 1. Now, who's got it? Well, the break's back with Larry. Frustration for Spectre Dawn. You can't get yourself on a roll in alternate break. And Larry has come up dry. And Spectre Dawn can cut the 1, and he can get that cue ball top right hand corner for the 2. Oh, what a vital rack this is. Larry breaks dry, leaves a shot in the 1, and can Spectre Dawn make the most of it? Well, I can't see where the problem is. I'm looking for one, and try as I might, I don't see it. The problem might be the 7 to the 8, but if Spectre Dawn can get nicely on the 6, he can roll through for the 7. That would be the plan. Yep, he's just going to roll through to the rail, roll the 7, top left hand corner, and roll through for the 8. But he needs to get the good angle in the 8. He doesn't want to go too far. Let's see what he's got. Well, he's going to have to work the cue ball unless he wants to take this into a far corner pocket, and that will do. And so Spectre Dawn is up for the challenge. He's going to get it back to within one, and he's going to have the break. So this match, well, it's heading in the same direction as the first match we had earlier on. And this time though, Spectre Dawn has come up dry. Now can Larry do the same thing as Spectre Dawn? Well, let's have a look at the problem ball. Well, there isn't one. The problem ball may well be the 8 because it's guarded by the 9, but it's wide open into the corner. So the problem is from the 6 to the 7, and from the 7 back up for that 8 ball for Larry. There is trouble ahead. And that looks again dead straight. Doesn't want to try and pinch anything. Well, this is now the tester. This needs one of these little soft draw sort of stun shots, just so that you punch to the rail a wee bit and the cue ball does the rest by just spinning up the table. And these are the ones that are difficult to control with a trackball. They're difficult to get right. It's like a little draggy draw with enough power just for the spin to do the rest. Let's see what happens. Well, he's trying to come across far enough. You see, again, he's trying to come across to play it into the same pocket, whereas the little soft draw shot and the wee spin would have helped that cue ball up for the 6, and now he's in trouble. And I think the thin cut this is he can't avoid the 9. He could scratch off the 9 here. He's avoided the 9, he's got the cut, and he has a shot in the 7. And again, this shot in the 7 is either off the 2 rails across and back across. Is it too much of an angle to draw? Yes, I think it is. It's too much to try and spin it. So he's going to have to surely go 2 rails, avoid the scratch, off the right side, left side and back across, like a zigzag pattern to get on this 8 ball into that top left hand corner. Crucial shot. Well, he looks as if he's playing top in the cue ball. Oh dear. Oh, well, now what do you do here? Do you try and create a bank with a 9, or do you go all out for the cut? He's going all out for the cut, and he needs to watch the middle pocket. Watch the left hand middle pocket. He's avoided that. He's going to be middle of the table with a testy cut to take him to the hill. And in goes the 9. Where's the cue ball going? That is absolute and total disaster. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And Larry's found the hole, and we're all square at 9-all. And Larry back with a break. The 6 ball goes in. He's got a shot in the 1, I think. Yes, he has. But look at the 2 ball. He has to be somewhere up here to try and cut that 2, or he has to play safe. But if he can get up past the 7, he might have a shot on the cut for the 2. I don't know whether he can get there enough. Yep, he's decided. In fact, I don't think that's a great position to play the safe, is it? No, it's just going to be a little brush and back across by the look of it. He's trying to spin over behind the 7. Well, he hasn't got there. And this match is on a knife edge. And will Larry take the bait? Because that 2 ball, no, I think that is too tight. That goes. But is he going to take the bait for it? He knows he should have a shot in the 3 if he does, but my God, this is tough. And I don't think he can play a decent safety at that angle. He's gone all out for the cut. He's got the kiss in the 7, but he's still got a shot in the 3. And it was a good shot. It was a brave shot to take, but I don't think he had any option. And now it's all about getting on the 5. He needs to just pot this pocket weight if he's going to hold on the bottom side, which is what he's doing. And now we know the 7 goes past the 8, so nothing to do with the cue ball. Can he avoid the 9 though? Can he avoid hitting that 9? Well, Spectre Dawn is praying for a chance. It's fairly close to the rail, but it's not locked in the rail. This 5 ball, he just has to get it sweet. He's avoided a 9. Well, this is just going to have to be, again, pocket weight, just enough to get that 7 ball into the hole, unless he wants to go full blooded and run the cue ball. Yep, he's taking a soft approach. And so Larry, well, barring an almighty mistake, is looking to get on the hill. That threatened just to overshoot again, but he's almost there. Oh dear, again, but he's almost there. Oh dear, and that is vital. That is a unforgivable miss on the 9 ball from Larry, and just going that wee bit too far to the left, and that is a vital miss. And well, it's Spectre Dawn who's on the hill. Given a chance he would never have thought he was going to get, and he's got a ball in the break, but the 1 is a bank and he's going to go all out for it. He's not going to mess about. All out for the bank. He'll get this 9 times out of 10, and then he'll be on the 2 and 3 with the 4 in the open. And the problem ball, well, not really a problem, because look where the 7 is. He's going to across and into the middle of the table for the 8, and this match is over. And Larry had the match within his grasp. He could have been on the hill, went a tad too far to the right on the 9. He should have been okay, but he pushed it to the jaw and he's hung it up. And he's watching the match drift away right now. And Spectre Dawn, well, I don't think he thought he was going to have a chance there, but he's certainly going to be taking this one. Roll this in as gentle as he can. Stop the cue ball squirting away too far. And so Spectre Dawn with a roll in on the 9, he can't miss it, and Spectre Dawn is going to march on, and it's all over for Larry again, and Spectre Dawn wins the match by 11 racks to 9. Well, Trackball Mouse, what do you think? I rest my case. And so, with that, folks, then we are down to our last match of the evening, which is going to start in about 35 minutes time, and that will be between Stubb, Real Poland Power from the USA, and Semi-Pro from England, and that is due to start at 9 o'clock my time, 2100 hours. What time's that? 4 o'clock in the afternoon East Coast Eastern Standard Time, and 1 PM in the afternoon Pacific Time. But in the meantime, while I go and get a coffee, I am going to let you guys see the end of the Straight Pull World Championship, the final, which was between Semi-Pro and Franco. And hopefully, if I press the right button, you are going to see that. Whatever the hell it is. And I will be back in a bit.
Well,
oops.
But we'll see that.
I hit the wrong bloody button there, hang on.
Does annoy. And a bonus
Wait a minute, wait a minute guys, hang on a minute. And I will be back in a bit.
Well,
oops.
But we'll see that.
Now I did explain there would be technical
Well,
problems.
I've been saying as soon as these two matched up again, I mean, I could never pick the winner. You can only go by how they played during the tournament. And Franco's biggest problem to keeping the run going is these break shots. He's missed far too many of them at important times. And that one there, as I say, may well be his last. It'll be a big surprise if this match turns again at this stage of the game. $14 ball is still there, so it looks like, unless something goes pear-shaped here, that looks like the break ball. Now, what's he got? And how does he get on this 9? Does he just roll through it? Because when he rolls through, he has to get the good angle in the 9. He's got a slight angle in the 10 to try and punch it in and draw across for the 9. So he has choices as to what he does here. So he's running through to come the top side of the 9. He doesn't want to be in the rail. See, that's the worst possible position to finish when you're trying to get on that break ball. I mean, that is just no good to him at all. He needs to get lucky here. Well, this is going to test his nerves. That is no way to play a break ball from. You don't want to be playing it for there. And Frankel will be praying it goes wrong. He's on 190. He's 10 away. And in goes the break ball. And Semi-Pro gets 9 times out of 10. And he's on the 11. And there's enough balls in the open to seal the deal. Although that's gone a wee bit ugly. He's still okay though. Can he see the 10? I presume he can. Yes, he can. Yeah, this is over, folks. Well, we'll have a look at the final bracket and we'll have a look at the placings once the match is done, and we'll see who gets what. So just 6 away. Just not quite enough angle on the 9 here. He's going to have to do a wee bit more with the cue ball with this 9, unless he leaves something long. So he's going to leave, well, either the 5 down the rail or a long 6. But that's fine because, again, he doesn't need to do anything with them. They're just sitting there for the taking. 97, or 197 I should say. $98, $99, and across for the 15. Now, where can it go wrong from here? Anywhere on that side of the table, he's going to have a shot. If he falls short, he can take the 12. If he goes to the rail, he can take the 15. Game over. Well, I can't believe that. I mean, I cannot believe that. Somebody tell me why the hell he did that. Did he try to get lucky there and just land on one? I mean, 199, and all you do is get the cue ball up there somewhere to leave a cut in the 15. Or if it went wrong, you finish that side and cut down the 12. Well, this is unbelievable, this. He's calling the bank. No, he's calling the safety. Well, Frankel, I don't think he's got much choice here. I think he's going to have to go all out. I mean, you're 1 away from defeat. You've got a possible bank in the 1. It has to be made. I think it's all or nothing. All or nothing. You didn't think you were going to get back to the table. You might as well have a go for it. There's no many places to hide. Because if you don't get it and there's a possible shot in the 1, sure as shit, Semi-Pro's going for it. So he's just played the foul. And what does Semi-Pro do now? Because if he does the same thing, he's got Frankel over a barrel. He needs to use the head here. He needs to be wise. He should be playing the same shot and just locking onto the 8. This is what I'm saying. You have to keep your wits about. You don't get yourself fooled into doing something daft at the wrong time. Well, he's going for it. Well, this is make or break. This is for the match. He's calling the bank into the top right corner pocket. Well, he should be playing the push to the 8 here, I'm telling you. He's missed it. Well, What do you do now, guys? He should have played. He should have played the deliberate foul against the 8 and put the pressure on Frankel that way. Well, I can't believe this is happening. I cannot believe what I'm watching here, guys, because that deliberate foul by Frankel was asking for the same in reply from Semi-Pro to put the onus on Frankel to do something, and Semi-Pro turned it down, went for the bank, and what it means is Semi-Pro is 1 away from victory, and Frankel is 14 away. This match is on a total knife edge. And the break ball is there. Now, this is Frankel's nemesis if he gets to the break shot. Can he get one right? Well, he should have used the deliberate foul. That's the tactics of the game. When you have nothing on, you have to, and your opponent's already in 1 foul, and he's gone dead straight. That's a disaster. That's the worst possible outcome again for Frankel. He's going to have to thump this in and get lucky, and he's got nothing. Well, it's 18. It's actually 15. You've got 3 fouls and then the extra 15 points for the 3 fouls. We discussed that a couple of weeks ago, I think, about what it was, because I've got a video with him. What's his name? Mike Sigel, talking about the rules of straight pull, and the rules in VP4 are the same. It tells you it's 3 fouls plus the 15 points. It's 18. Which is a weird way of saying it, but that's the way they say it. Anyway, I'm taking my eye off the ball here. Frankel is 10 away. Semi-Pro is crying out for a shot of any description to put a ball in a hole to win the match. Is that 8 ball a combo? No, it's nowhere near it. I'm getting excited. Well, what's he doing? What the hell's he doing here? I think he's just calling that to play a safe. That's all he's doing. When he could have just called a safe. He's no left a possible combo, has he? Oh, that would be a brave man to make. That combo would have to be made, but you'd be smacking balls all over the place. The 8 ball would be running into the pack. You'd be trying to cut the 15 in for the match. Or do you keep it tight? I think you keep your wits about you and you keep it tight. I still don't think Frankel can believe. I think he'd packed his cue case up, took his bow tie off, finished off his drink, and was heading for the car. That's what I think. I think they had to shout him back to the table. He couldn't believe he was going to get another shot. Well, another safety here. I don't know why these guys are calling a ball in a pocket when they're actually, all they need to do is hit the safety option and then just play a shot. Can't call a safety though. How can you not call a safety? It's controlling left square bracket. Controlling left side bracket or left square bracket next to your letter P. That's how you call a safety in the game. In VP4 that is. Anyway, I need to keep a focus on what's happening here because I'm going to miss something. Oh, he's just nudged the 11 there. That looked. Yes. It just saves you calling a missed call. Now this is where, when these guys have been playing for 2 hours, they have got to get these connections thin, because it's so easy to brush a ball and just nudge one out, especially when they're so close. Yeah, the safety's not like a push out in 9-ball. Right, he's called the ball in pocket, but it's just a safety again. See, they're getting me excited by doing this, because I'm looking for possible combos that I've missed. And once again, with the line of balls, you've got to, if you're running to the side, you've got to watch you don't nudge something at the top of the pack out. But the best option, if you can get the chance, is to get down into the long grass, down here, and leave that cue ball on the bottom rail, because that's your best chance of, well, the scratch is fine. That's actually probably the best safety, believe it or not. Because Franco's playing from the kitchen line. It's not ball in hand anywhere in the table and straight pull. And now, if Semi-Pro wants to risk it, he can just feather off the one and get down into the bottom end of the table, but he's not risking it. Likewise for Franco, a little feather in the 13. Even if you don't get to the rail down here, at least you've got distance between the cue ball and the pack, and it makes it more difficult for your opponent to get the safety right. See, that shot there off the one's just sticking out. You can catch the edge, you'll not do a lot of damage, and you just get the cue ball right down the table. There's not one of them looking for distance here, and this is oh, that could have went wrong there. But another chance. I mean, I would have already have played the shot. I'd have been down here in the corner hiding. Yeah, you've got to get, especially with the pack and trying to get things thin, you need to get that cue ball away from the pack, and not one of them's thinking about it. They're not prepared to make a move and try and force the situation. There, another chance. 13 sticking out. Little feather in the 13, a wee bit of right spin, and get yourself down there out the way. Oh, that 9 ball's never going. The 4 ball's blocking it. Yeah, 7 balls against the 4. It's not going to go. Well, he's missed the pack. Again, it doesn't matter. But what it does matter is he's now 3 points away from victory. And that has a big bearing on this match now. Franco's got that wee bit of breathing space. But somebody's got to be brave enough. This isn't the shot you would do it in. You've just got to hide back on the end rail. But if you get here and you can get an edge of that 13 or the edge of that 1, get yourself away. Now that's an even better chance. And a better one, very thin off the 1. Even if you miss it, it doesn't matter. You just get yourself away. None of them are risking it at all. I can't understand it. You think about it, if you're playing that cue ball from that end rail and you're trying to catch the edge of a ball 7.5 feet away, it's a lot more bloody difficult to get it as thin as you want to get it and prevent nudging a ball out. I need to get a drink. Now, what we happened here? What's happened here? Well, once again, perfect opportunity. Skim off that 9 ball, left hand English, and run away down here. And even off there with right hand English, helping English, it will send it down here, off the edge of the 11. A very thin feather on the 11. Very thin, and a wee bit of right hand side. Oh, that's... Yeah. The 9 ball hasn't changed. There's nothing going on there. Now the way this is going, they've worked their way up to 190 and 197. We could end up back at 50 by the time this safety exchange is finished. We could be here all night. Well, how many opportunities have these guys had? I mean, they've tried the close-up safety here and nothing's happening. So what you have to do is you have to try and change the approach. Another opportunity, very thin feather off the one, and get yourself down the table. None of them's doing it. They have to try something different. Well, he's missed the one, but that's fine because it's only a point. And now you've got that bit more distance. Now let's see if that changes things. Well, the one's now tucked back in, but I still feel that's the way to go about it. Just, if you get the chance, get yourself away. And all the time, you keep looking at that pack and see if anything is being set. And I can't see anything set there at all. Well, this is a possible scratch in the corner, but again, it won't matter as long as he hasn't got 2 fouls against him. And perfect invitation to run away again if he wants to take it. Oh no, this, I mean, how can this be boring when the two guys are pretty much neck and neck? One guy had the match won, and you've got another one fighting for his life. Now that's what I'm talking about. There's nothing worse than hitting half a cue ball top side and trying to skim off the pack of balls and not leave anything. So semi-pro, well, thought about heading down south again. And now we're back to square one. It would be a brave man to try and pick anything out of that lot. There's nothing doing. But sooner or later, something's got to give. Don't send me PMs when I'm in a bloody stream at this time of the game, Romario. What a numpty. Jesus Christ. I'm sitting here shitting myself watching this and he fucking PMs me. Did he do that for a laugh, did he? Somebody give him a kick if they see him. Well, now we've got a hexagon of balls. Look at the shape of them. Well, apart from the fact that little nudge there, but it was like a hexagon. We're going into all shapes. We went from a triangle. And now we're going for a square. We've almost got the line at the back. We need to square this bit up here. We need to flatten that bit there. Listen, don't bug me for God's sake. I'm not answering anybody while I'm watching this bloody situation. Jesus Christ. If somebody's got a second, somebody PM Mario and tell him to fuck off. Excuse my French. Is that a serious statement there, Potman? You're kidding me on. For Christ's sake. I'm in bits here watching this. Right. Oh, I was getting excited there. Now, what about that 5 ball? Right, the only problem with that is... the only problem with that is that there wasn't a clean path with the combo to get to it. Right. Well, that's what I'm getting excited about. I'm waiting on somebody, you know, just playing a thin safety and setting something up. That's just why I'm skimming round the pack and trying to pick something out. You know, just a recap on the score here, guys, in case we've all forgotten. Franco's gone back the way to 189. Semi-Pro's now 4 away. He's on 196. And now Franco's playing from distance again. Now that 1 isn't going anywhere because it's locked against the 10. It looks nice, but it's not a combo. That 10 ball's in the way, that's deflecting it away. And the 15 is out. We've got a loose ball. And that'll probably be tucked away in a second or two. Well, that now changes the safety zone. There is no safety down the bottom end of the table as we normally look. Well, I think this match is now on one mistake. One mistake could cost it now. Especially bearing in mind there's a risky 9 ball on. The 9 ball cuts to that corner pocket. Be a brave man to have a go at it. Let's go into the draw. Well, Semi-Pro took the risk, and more importantly, if Franco can pot this 9, get good on either the 3 or the 15, he's got his chance to win the match. Well, he's in neither. He's in neither as a good chance to break something out here, but his last options to play the 15, the 3, and get on to the 8. He's 10 away from stealing this match, or from the jaws of defeat. And he's got the angle in the 3. And he needs the luck this time, just once more. And he skimmed off the edge and got nothing. He's absolutely nothing. Not anything. Can he cut the 4? No, he can't. The 4 ain't going anywhere, folks. He's got to hide. You've got to run and hide. There's nothing there worth the risk. And he's got to be careful off this 4 ball, because if he doesn't hide behind here, he's going to leave a shot in the 7 or the 13. He's got to get this right. And he's played the 13. And he's got it hidden. There's nothing on. Or is there? Look at that 7 ball. Well, there's a brave shot when you're sitting in 196 and you know that if you play the combo and it goes in, you're going to break the balls open and possibly win the match and win the tournament. And on the other hand, you're probably handing it to your opponent in a plate. I need another drink. Now, what's he done here? That one is very inviting. That is tight, but it goes. Well, what's Frankel thinking? The 1 goes, unless I'm looking at it at the wrong angle. Right. That 1 goes. He has to play it soft and just brush off something, or try and get a safety. And he's played the safety. Now, you couldn't make the bank in that 1 because the angle isn't right, and you've not enough room to actually try and make the bank, so forget that idea. There's a that coming off the rail isn't going for a bank either. The 7 is now loose, but it's still safe. But that one ball does pass. At some point, somebody might finish sort of here. And unless that 1 moves, somebody might have to take the risk at some point. But I think to be honest with you, the 2 of them are scared to make a move in that direction, the way things have turned out. Well, I said last night to Frankel, I thought I would say the match would have been about 2 hours, but with these safety exchanges, we're now rapidly approaching 2.5 hours. Well, the 1 ball has now been changed, so it's now safe. That 14 ball, excuse me, looks as if it's going to the jaw, the way it's angled. But look at the 7. Well, that's going to move in a second or two. Remember, keep looking at that score up in the top, folks, in case there's the odd foul. It's 196 to semi-pro, 192 to Frankel, and semi-pro was in 199 and only had to play the sensible shot into the open to win the match with an easy winning ball, and he locked himself up. And semi-pros picked out the 1. And now can he get that 2? No, he can't. The 2 isn't going. He's looking at the 14, but I think it's going to the jaw. He's on 197. It might go in off the jaw. The further back you look at it, the better it looks, but the closer you look, it's going to that knuckle. But here, this is for the match, really. Has he called it yet? No, he hasn't. He's still looking at it, but I think it's going to the jaw. It's going that way, and as soon as you hit the point... Oh, the 12 balls blocked it off. That 14 was going. The 14 was going. Well, this is unbelievable. And I think he's got it safe, has he? Surely. Surely he's not got it safe. Well, my God. What did he call there? Did I miss that? I'm getting so engrossed. What the hell happened here? Was that Frankel that was going for the 14? Because I'm seeing semi-pro at the table here. I'm so focused on the balls, I'm not even looking at who's playing now. I've totally lost the place. Well, anyway. Oh, he didn't call. Oh, anyway, it's all over, folks. Well, what a strange end to a match. Unbelievable. Semi-pros won this match twice. How can you play in a final to 200 and win the match twice, basically?
Sorry guys, I went for a break and had my had a cup of coffee and a couple of slices of toast, and I totally forgot I'd muted my mic. Anyway, welcome if you can hear me now. I told you I would cock things up. I never fail to cock things up. Welcome everybody, welcome back. This is the final match in today's, what ended up being a quadruple header. And we've had 3 great matches so far. If you haven't had a chance to see them, which I would fully respect you if you didn't, but this stream will be on Twitch for the next couple of days. I will download it to YouTube, so it'll be kept on YouTube and you can pick out your match and watch them. They've all been very good matches. Nothing has disappointed so far, and let's hope that this finishes off the night. So semi-pro, won the lag, broke off. I can't remember whether he potted a ball or not until I was busy reading the chat to find out that my bloody mic muted. Who's that? Polo. I knew Polo would come out with a numpty comment. Polo, you tell me this, and don't lie. Are you on the beers? Are you on liquid sustenance right now? In short, are you pissed? Bullshit. You are pissed. Not at this time of night are you coding. You're sitting there pissed out your brains. Anyway, it's real polling power at the table. On the 6 ball. Now, has he got the angle? He certainly has. But look at the 8. The 8 is a combo. I think he's eyeing up the combo. Or is it a combo? Yes, it is. That's going in every day of the week. He doesn't need to try the breakout. Is he looking to pot the 7? He can't be looking to pot the 7 there. It doesn't go. But that 8 is a combo. Has he seen it? Or is he going for the breakout? He's going for the breakout and he's got it. But he could have played behind it and played the combo. Now that cue ball's holding its line, but it could have been nasty. Well, this is going to be 1 up to Stubb against the break. Now if anybody's got a second, tell me how many people are on Twitch and YouTube. If I've got any more than 10, I'll be happy. $14 on Twitch. Well, that's not bad. It'll be a bonus if we've got somebody. If we've got anybody in, I'm surprised Albie hasn't looked in. Is Albie there? Is he still not there? He must be busy. Well, Stubb has won the first rack against the break. And he's looking to find shape, and he hasn't got it. He's blocked himself out in the 5, and is this going to be a chance for semi-pro to exact revenge for the first rack? There's 13 on YouTube, so that's like what, 27? Yeah, Polo's definitely Polament. There is a guy called Polo who used to play, but that's not the one we're talking about. That guy could pot a ball. This guy, Polament, can't pot for shit. He'll tell you that himself. Well, semi-pro. Did he seriously play the cut in that 5? That is a sellout shot. not the shot I would have played. Now again, don't push the boat out. That would be my advice early on. There's no need to panic at 1-0. So Stubb has been reprieved. And his odds-on favourite. Oh, so he's just created a new account. That's the guy that got banned earlier on. He just went and created a new account. Well, surely all you do is just go and change your IP and then create a new account and rejoin the lobby again. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I mean, you guys can tell me different. Yeah, if his IP was permabanned, can you not just go and change your IP in your router? I mean, even I've done that. Not that I've ever done that to create an account and join VP4 or anything like that, I would add. But I've just written in it to see what happens. But anyway, this guy's come online obviously to hurl abuse at whoever banned him. And he's talking to the wrong person. And if the right person is listening, the right person will sort them out in a minute or two again. So it's 2-0. I don't want to get distracted. There you go. Well, he's muted anyway. I don't want to get distracted here. I want to concentrate in the match. And Semi-Pro wants to be doing the same thing. Now he's looking at the combo, which isn't on. He needs to make that on the 4 and 5, so there's work to do. But it's vital though that he stays with Stubb now that he's trailing. He has to get himself off the mat one way or another, but he's going to have to do it the hard way. Now he could come across to the side rail and in behind the 4. He needs to be accurate though if he's going to do that, and he's trying it. He's trying to get there. He needed to go another 7 or 8 inches, and now he's got a blind cut into an extremely narrow gap in that middle pocket, and he's not really got much of a choice here. This is tough. Oh, he's played it well. He's played it well. That was a very good shot, believe me. Oops, I hit the wrong thing there. Wait a minute. There we are. That was an excellent shot. Now it's Semi-Pro looking good, as long as he makes sure he comes off this bottom rail high enough, and that will do. He's looking odds on to get one back in on the board. And so it's back to within 1, but the break goes back to Stubb for rack number 4. And I don't think anything went. 1, 2, 3. No, it's dry. And the shot is there for Semi-Pro in the 1 ball. Another one that is awkward. He's running towards the 7. He's going to be blocked out if that cue ball stays up there, unless it gets a kick over to the right or out over to the left. But he's going to have to move it one way or another to get a sight in the 2. Oh, he's avoided the 7. He's played it well. Needs another one though. Needs to find a gap out into the table to get on the 3, and he's found a gap. So that's 2 parts of the exercise done. And now I brush through off the 8, hopefully for his sake. I'll take him on to the 4. And looking for a good line on this 5 ball, just to make it simple to drop onto the 6. And then the crucial shot, the vital shot, is 6 to 7. And we all know what can happen with those shots. You go on the top side of the 7, you're in trouble. And now he's going to have to squeeze this a bit because he's pretty straight. He's going to have to get some punch into it and has to control the pace, and he's controlled it well. That is excellent. That is a good shot. But that's one thing that I was actually talking about while I was muted, that the one guy out of these two that has the better control of the ball generally. This is a bit awkward though. He's gone high in this 8 ball. Having said that, I'm saying he's got the better control, but he's gone out of line here. Well, he's well out of shape now, and he's going to have to make a bank here. This isn't lined. He's going to have to pick the point in the rail and give it the chance to double bank, and watch he doesn't scratch the cue ball in the process. So this for the top right hand corner or the bottom right if it comes to it. And in it goes. Well, he's got himself out of a hole there, but more importantly he's got himself back in level terms and back on par with the break in rack number 5. And this time Semi-Pro can't find a pocket, and his left stub, accidentally, but he's left stub some bait. Can't find a pocket. I need to see that again. He's tried to cut the one accidentally, but he's left stub some bait. You know, he tried to cut the 1 there and he missed the cut in the 1, and he come back and kicked the 2 in. He did not play that shot there, I can assure you. No way in this earth did he play that. Well, Semi-Pro is going to have to kick long here. I had to see the replay in that to actually see what happened there. It went so quickly. And Semi-Pro's got the kick, I think. But he's left the shot for stub. And there's a bit of tidying up to be done in this rack. The balls are... I mean, to be fair, once the 4 ball goes, they've all got a pocket. You've just got to get on them. And he's looking at the gap between the 6 and 4 to get on the 3 or the top side of the 4. Let's see if he can find that space. Or is he trying? He surely can't be trying to go through the gap. It wasn't it was never a kick combo. He tried to thin cut the 1, missed it, cue ball come back, smashed into the 2 and back kick bank to 2. See, it was so quick I didn't quite register what he was doing. But thanks to my new replay function that I've got working in Broadcaster, I was able to see it again. So Real Polling Power has left, albeit a thin one, a thin cut for semi-pro. Brushes the 4. The 4 goes safe. Now, what can he do here? Well, he's got to be careful, because if he brushes the 4 and tries to hide behind the 7 and 5 and gets the pace wrong, the angle that he's got means he's going to open up the 4. So he has to try and thin it the other way. Always try to squeeze it past. He's got it done. That will do. And Stubb looking to find an angle to get to this 4, and it is not easy. And he's found it, and he's scratched. That was unlucky. That was a good kick. And so now, semi-pro, ball in hand, and should take these out to take the lead. I don't know whether I can mute the replays at all. I actually haven't looked. I mean, obviously you would see the shot and everything. I mean, if I could, you would see the shot, but you just wouldn't hear the balls hitting, and you wouldn't hear me shouting over it. Oh, semi-pro has gone out of line. Big time. He's left a toughie. Once you go into these blind pockets where you're not looking at the pocket, you've just got to pick that point on the object ball and have faith that you've chosen the right line. And semi-pro didn't pick it, and from looking to go 3-2 up, Stubb comes to the table to resolve the situation in his favour. And he's got a perfect angle on the 8 ball. He's cutting it in back into the pocket. He's going away from the 9, but the angle's perfect just to run around the corner. And so, just in the space of a couple of shots, from being 3-2 up, semi-pro's looking at trailing by 1, and now who's got the break? And Stubb has got the break. And is this a vital turn early in the match? Because Stubb's got the 2 ball in the break, he's got the thin cut in the 1, but he's certainly not going to get the 3 the way it's sitting at the moment. And he's looking to go, is he going top and then left side rail, bottom rail, and trying to brush into the 3 and 4? He needs an awful lot of spin on this. No. Or does he have enough room to get to it? Oh god, aye, yes he does. That was a great shot. That looked, see when you look at it from here and you don't look at it in 3D, that looked tight that you couldn't get to the 3, but he certainly can. Oh, well, maybe he couldn't, because he's missed the 3, and maybe the commentator's eye was right enough. I don't know. It depends on what he was trying to do with the cue ball there, but he was always going to run into the 4. And has semi-pro been reprieved? Cueing over the 7, a little gentle roll in the 4. and he needs to roll far enough and stay away from the rail, and that'll do it. This match is already turning on a sixpence, as they say, because, well, things are happening, mistakes are being made, and that's ended up a wee bit straight. It's one of these ones where he can only go forward and back, so the obvious one is coming back, so he's leaving it into the middle or going to play it long. Well, it's got to, well, even that angle is perfect because he can actually just go through and leave that cue ball somewhere near the middle pocket, and he'll have the shot in the 9. So we're going to go all square again, barring an accident. Now, is this match going to have a turning point at any time? It's threatened to early on, but each time it's been stifled out by the miss or the mistake. But the breaks were semi-pro, and I don't think anything's gone, and the worst outcome is that semi-pros left the 1 and the 2 over the corner pocket, and the lifeline is the 6 ball, because that 6 ball is not going anywhere. Now, what about rolling in the 5 and then playing the combo in the 6 from the very short side? What about that? The 6-9 combo. Now, has Stubb even looked at that? Or is he going to try and break them out? Because if you look at the line, he doesn't really need to. But if he's going to break them out, he has to get a narrowish angle on the 5 so that he does run through and catch something. If he leaves too much, he's going to struggle. So I'd be back up this end looking at that, because that is going in every single day of the week, that combo. Now, is he looking at that, or is he looking at the angle that he wants in the 5? That's the dilemma. Your audio is only coming out of one side. Well, there's nothing I can do about that because my mic's on. Is that on YouTube or is that on Twitch? Right, so YouTube sounds funny, and Twitch is okay. Right, well, sound is both sides here, but voice is a bit more distorted than usual. Well, let me try my little muffler thing and see if that makes any difference. Hang on. Is this any different? Anyway, what happened here? Well, Stubb is back in front 4-3. I'm losing track of the match here and busy trying to read the chat. Right, so somebody else is on YouTube and it's working fine. Well, I'm happy with that. The person that's only hearing it out of one ear, you want to check your mic socket, unplug it, refresh the stream, and see if everything works. That puts my mind at rest that it's not a problem my end. That's good. Back to the game. So, Real Poland Power is back in the lead, 4 racks to 3. Semi-Pro pots the 1, nudges the 3, but he hasn't done any terminal damage here, and he's got the angle as long as he avoids hitting the 6. Now, can he avoid hitting the 6? because that's the one surefire way he'll get good in the 3, and he's tried to stun it. And this is now very tough. He's going to run into the 9, and if he doesn't hit this hard enough, he's going to stay in the left hand side of the table with not a very good shot in the 4. So this is out of line. Oh, that's beautiful. He's used the 9 with dead weight pace, and he's lying directly behind the 4. That was a very well controlled shot. So is it Has saying that the sound's only coming out of one ear? Well, tell whoever's next to him to take their tongue out of his ear. That seems to be the... Is his girlfriend visiting tonight? Because that could be the problem, and he just doesn't realise it. Or there's some sort of fruit in his ear, like a banana. Maybe they're up to some fun. Anyway, this looks an excellent shot by Semi-Pro. It's just about got there on the 7. Now vital, the next 2 shots to get back on level terms again. Oh, where's the cue ball going? He's going to avoid the scratch, but I think he's corner hooked, is he? He can't get to it. He can't get to it. No jump cue. Well, this might be the vital turning point of the match, one way or the other. Is he convinced he can see that past the knuckle, past the point? Oh, well. I think he can catch the 9. Well, this will be some shot if he gets anything out of it. What a shot! Oh, well. I think he can catch the 9. Well, this will be some shot if he gets anything out of it. What a shot! Oh, that was a cracker. That was a cracker of a cut on that 9 ball. I mean, I never went round to even look at the angle in the 9. I was too busy looking at the cue ball, but what a shot to square the match. I mean, that was a vital shot on that 9 ball. Yes, looking at it, he could catch the 9 ball, but to actually pot it was tremendous. And we're all square again at 4 racks all. Well, I thought the day was good so far, and Semi-Pro's kicked in the 1, and it's a 2-9 combo to take the lead, and he's Chinese snookered over the bloody 4 ball. Well, it's not easy now. It is 10 times harder now that he's queuing over the 4. Just got to pick that line, and if he puts any English on that cue, on the cue ball, and he's just not made it, well, that is going in every day of the week. And he's gone from, again, a 1 rack lead possibly, and he's going to be back trailing any second now. Good. Oh, so it was something else in your ear then. Good evening and welcome. Now, what is it? A fruit based drink or an orange juice or something for the ladies? Drinks all round for the guys. Where's the cue ball going? Well, it's going right there to nudge the 7 in and leave Stubb perfectly on the 2. That's where it's going. Well, this is looking to be the vital stage of the match right now. It's 5-4 to Stubb, and he's going to have a 5-6 combo. He's going to have to deal with and he's going to get rid of the 8 first of all. Well, he's doing this in 2-for-1 shots. So this is the vital shot, and where's the 5 ball going to end up? And that's the problem. It's going to have to be the reverse bank on the 5, which goes in 9 times out of 10, sitting on the first diamond on the left hand rail. This is going to go in every day of the week for a 2 rack lead, and he's missed it. And that's the 9 times out of 10 one. That's the single one that goes wrong, and Semi-Pro breathes a sigh of relief. He's given a lifeline. Can he take it? Again, a blind cut on this 5 ball. A wee bit fiddly, but he's got it. And all of a sudden we are back at 5 racks all in this race to 11, and it's building up and building up. It's simmering and coming to the boil, this match. And the break back with Semi-Pro, cannot buy a ball this time. And look at the table, this rack's over. Stubb with a shot in the 1, 2 in the middle of the table, everything with a pocket. This is going to be Stubb back into the lead, barring some sort of mishap. Well, this might be it, because he is not ideal on the 2. This is a tester. Yep, it was a tester. And has he got away with it? No, he hasn't. He's left the gap with the 2 past the 6 and 9. Now, can Semi get into this 2 ball enough to bring the cue ball back out for this 3? Well, this is another turning point. We're getting turning point. We're getting more than one turning point in a rack now, let alone racks. I mean, this rack was over 30 seconds ago. I see. Now you've got other people viewing in the room that are getting themselves involved in the chat, which is more distractions. And Semi's managed to get back on a 3, but he's dead straight. No, he's not. He's got a wee angle. In fact, he's probably going to play the 4-5 combo unless he tries to do something exotic here. But he doesn't need to, though. In fact, I don't even think he can play the 4-5 combo, because he's going to run through and he's going to leave it offline. So it's going to be interesting what he tries to work out. Well, he's used the right spin to try and come across, and he's going to be hampered again, and it's going from bad to worse. And this is another one from the player's point of view. Well, he's not hampered that much. That's not too bad. And now the vital one, finding the path for the left hand side. Now, is he going to try and stay topside? Yes, he is. Anything but straight. And he's got the angle. Now this has got to go sweet, unless he wants to leave an awkward cut, but he really should be punching this in and getting that cue ball out and across. But he's a bit straight, so he's going to have to tweak it. And that, well, without hitting the 8 would have been a wee bit better, but he's got distance. But look at where the 8 ball's gone. And this is all out 100% blast on the 7 and get the cue ball moving. Yeah, it's very difficult. And again, the rack has turned, and it's Stubb, and he's left it short. It's another thin cut. And in it goes, and all of a sudden again you blink an eye and the rack has changed hands, and it's now Stubb who goes into the lead by 6 racks to 5, and he stole the break off Semi-Pro, and he's breaking off in rack number 12, and he's potted the 2 and the 9. The 9 gets respotted, no shot in the 1, and just plays the snooker behind the 4, an easy kick. And if Semi gets this right, he could maybe have a 1-3 combo, but now he needs luck. How does that look? Well, he can certainly stun it in. Can he get past the 5 to get down onto that 3? Yes, he can. Well, he skimmed the 5, but he's okay. Again, Semi-Pro's doing what he shouldn't be doing, responding to chat, being brought into a chat when he should be focusing on the game. All he's done is lost a rack. He's 6-5 down. He's still well in the match, but you don't start getting drawn into this stuff. Simple enough to drop onto the 6, and the 7 and 8 are there, and all of a sudden it's going to be a 2 rack gap. Well, he's left himself more of an angle than he wanted. He might have to take the 7 past the 8 into the right hand corner, but he needs to avoid the 9 in doing that. And he's avoided the 9, and he's tightened the rail. Right, he's having to dig. He's left himself the awkward cut again, and this is a big test. Where's the cue ball? The cue ball's okay, and so provided this 9 ball goes in, Stubb, real polling power, has opened up the gap. It's now 7 racks to 5, and now the pressure mounts a bit more on Semi-Pro. He's chasing, and he's got the break, and once again a ball goes in. 1 ball's gone, the 4 has gone, a shot in the 2, and the table's opened. Well, Stubb's his own worst enemy, and Semi-Pro will be worse for it if he starts paying attention to the chat. Semi-Pro at a vital stage in the match for him, needs to full focus, and he needs to use, if he's paying attention to comments, he needs to use them positively, because he wants to ram them down his opponent's throat, and he's fully focused, has to win the rack. And so Semi-Pro with a straight in 9 ball is going to be back within one. So he's done what he set out to do, get the break, get a ball and win his rack on his break. And the break now, back to Stubb, and this time it's dry as far as I remember, and there's not an easy starter here for semi-pro. This is a tough start, but he's going to be on the 2, and if he gets this one, lands in the 2, the table's at his mercy. Now, is there a mod in the room? If there's a mod in the room, you want to take Sakul out of the equation for a start, offering advice. I mean, both of them know that. Semi-pro knows that he can mute him. But you don't want 3 people in the conversation. 2's enough. In fact, 1's enough. And semi-pro needs to just keep his eye on the ball and not be looking down. And if he did right click Real Polling Power's name, he could take away the problem in a click of a button. And this is difficult. And he has to get this sweet just to drop through, go nowhere near that middle pocket knuckle, don't brush it along the rail, and a little drop through with a nice angle to drop off the 8 onto the 9, and the 9 is in that awkward place if you get it wrong. Well, he's running around for it in the middle. How's the angle? And that is perfect. Absolutely plumb line perfect to roll through. Even with a little bit of help in English, a tiny feather if anything. Well, he didn't risk it, so he's left him that little bit of an angle again. A tiny feather of English would have just straightened it up a bit more. Further to the right. Another tester, and in it goes, and semi-pro has got himself back on level terms, and now the match begins because both players are 4 racks away from surviving in the tournament, and semi-pro has the break and he has a ball, and he's going to have to, well, he's got the 5 ball in, but he's going to have to play the billiard, I think, or he's going to have to play the snooker, one of the 2. Billiard onto the 3, but snooker behind the 3 is a better idea. Well, Stubb missed it the first time, got it in the second cross, and has left nothing simple for semi-pro. He's looking to see if the 2 goes in past the 7, the 8, which is far too tight, surely. And he's maybe going to run into the 3. Well, that's why he's drawing off it. Draw into the 6 maybe. He's avoided the 6. He's got the pot in the 2. And now he's looking in reasonable shape to get out and across for that 3. "21 in YouTube, excellent. You're all welcome. We're watching the Earl Strickland of VP4. That is Real Polling Power Stubb and semi-pro trying to get the lead again, and he just has to make sure he comes high enough in the 7. Even if you overhit it, you're still odds on to win the rack, and he's underhit it again. You've got to overhit that. At worst you've got to overhit it so the cue ball's here. Oh dear. Oh well, what a shot. He overhit that. At worst you've got to overhit it so the cue ball's here. Oh dear. Well, he survived, but again he didn't half make it difficult for himself. But it's all done and dusted. It's 8-7 to semi-pro in this race to 11. Stubb breaks off, the 1 ball goes in. The 3 balls thinking about it, it's going to disappear in a second, and we should be all square in about 2 minutes time. But Stubb has got to get good on the 4 from the 2 in the corner pocket. Oh, what's happened here? Well, he's okay. I thought he was going to run behind the 9. Well, it was thinking seriously about doing it, and he's maybe a bit straight. He's okay. He's pinched the angle. Everything's getting played from distance here. Well, this is the important one, because this is not a guarantee good position in the 7. You've got to judge the draw, you've got to watch that middle pocket. He's avoided that. Has he stunned it enough? He's almost there. Well, this has got Hill written all over it, this match right now. And we're going to go all square again. 8 racks all. I need a drink quick. And a break, and it's so vital you hold your break at this stage in the match. One bad ball, one bad shot, one bad piece of luck, we're running to the balls like that, and you've got to do some serious thinking. So semi-pro's got no shot in the 1. He's got a good safety on though, if he can find. Oh, he's underhit that by a country mile, and he's choked there. Now, is that the first signs of weakening there? Because that was the poorest shot he's played all night. He is 2 foot short at least of where he should have been with that cue ball, and that has opened the door for Stubb. A really bad safety shot, and that's all it takes at this stage in the match, and it's against semi-pro's break, and Stubb needs to keep this to the rail, this 3 ball. And again, not doing anything elaborate, content to play the 5 at distance. 6 ball into the middle pocket presumably. Well, he's not got there. Now can he drop this in and hold it for the 8? Or is he going to have to run? Well, that's why he's taking it long into the corner. And a vital safety error from semi-pro is going to cost him dear against his break, because Stubb is going to be 9-8 up and breaking any second now. And well, this match has been moving along at a pace. We are barely 50 minutes old, and Stubb has a 9-8 lead, and the break, probably one of the most important breaks in the match for him, and it's come up dry but safe, and Semi Pro has got no shot. Now, sometimes you can pick the line and get lucky, but he hasn't called the push out, has he? Well, he has called it. I never saw it there. I was panicking for him. But it's not a great push out, it has to be said. And Stubb has taken the invitation, and that's two poor shots. The poor choice on the push out and the poor safety in the last rack, and these are happening at the wrong time for Semi Pro. And Stubb is trying to work out a way how to get anywhere on this 3-ball. Is he going to come across and leave a 3-8 combo, or is he going to try and go up the left hand side? He's got that choice. He's looking for the combo. Oh, that couldn't have been played any better. That's as good as it could probably be. It's not perfect, but we're talking about an inch. Where's the 3-ball going though? That's the more important thing, because it's going to glance off the 8, and is he going to have a shot? Is there another twist in this match? Oh, the 3 has come out off the rail. He's got the cut, and he's going to use that 9 just to leave himself the cut and the 4 in the middle pocket. I don't think he's going to hit this hard. Surely can make the angle. But is he going to just gently cut this? Well, he stayed in play. Where's the 9-ball ending up? No problem to get on the 5. He may well have to leave the high cut in the 6, and the 7's on the rail, so this is not a gimme. It is not written in stone that Stubb is going to win this rack, not yet. And he's gone into the jaws, is he? Oh, he's okay. And the 6 just goes past the 9 into that corner pocket. The 7's on the rail, remember, so he's going to have to run the cue ball. And where's the cue ball? It's going to be on the 7, albeit it's an awkward cut. And again, he's going to have to make sure this gets to the hole with enough pace that the cue ball's going to track over to the right to have the shot in the 9. But this to take Stubb onto the hill. And in it goes, and he's perfect. And now Semi Pro is at the point of no return, trailing by 2. He has the break, and he's hanging on by his fingertips in this match. Oh, the cue ball's going to scratch. It could have run into the 2 and the 1, and he's scratched. He's left with a dry break, and ball in hand for Stubb for the match. And every ball has a pocket. and this match has suddenly turned in the last 3 racks, and it's all turned in Real Poland Power's favour. And well, we're all looking to see where the problems are. There aren't any. He could hook himself behind the 9, but that would be a bit daft. But other than that, I can't see an issue. It's going to be self-inflicted if anything happens. But he's a bit straight in the 4. So he's going to have to go through. Well, no, he's not even risking that. He's going to play the 5 long, and this is risky at this distance. And it goes. Well, I think Semi-Pro's going to be thinking back to those 2 poorly executed shots at vital time in the match, and in the end, that's what's cost him. And so our day has come to a conclusion, folks. We've had 4 great matches today, 2 unexpected, and the 2 main events. And it's Stubb, Real Poland Power from the USA, who marches on the 1-loss side, and Semi-Pro, well, he's going to have to get those 2 mistakes, those 2 big ones, out of his head quickly, because that's what was his undoing in the end. And Real Poland Power, he has gone through 11 racks to 8. Now, before you go, folks, if you don't have your own bracket, hang on a sec, I'm going to have a look at the bracket, and we'll see that Spectre Dawn is through to play Mr. Bill, and they've arranged their match for the 24th, which is next Sunday night, and McClarkey is going to play Acero on the 1-loss side. Acero, the loser earlier on today against Keith, and where's that other tie went to? Where is that went to? Yeah, Bedhead is set to play Ants. What time's that? At 6 o'clock tomorrow night. That's a guy I don't think I've seen. Is it Answer? That match is on tomorrow night at 6 PM British Summer Time, so I'll be there for that. Real Poland Power is waiting on the winner of the Bedhead Ants match. So that's it, folks. Thanks for your company, guys. It's been a long day for me. I've been up since 2:30 this morning, and I've done a shift at work. I haven't really had any dinner, but it was worth the wait. Stubb came out in the end. He's still got to live up to his promise. He always tells you he's going to win the tournament. He's going to have to do it the hard way, and he's going to have to take out the winner of the Bedhead Ants match. So tomorrow night, that will be the match that we will have, and it's been great having as many folk on YouTube and Twitch, a lot more than I normally do. It's been good to have and good to see I hope you enjoyed it. Excuse me for the cock-ups, not that many, you must admit, but I'm still getting used to this XSplit broadcaster. So I'm going to bid you good night, take care, keep your distance, and stay safe, folks. And if you can, join me tomorrow night, and if you can't, it will be on YouTube at some point.